That's something that is going to be quite different from what you have. Climate change, I think I don't have to describe to anybody here about the impacts of climate change. We are seeing ourselves having weather patterns that are not there before. We've gone through a drought season for 3 years. Kenya was fortunate enough that we prepared for that by putting geothermal, but it's definitely putting a constraint in the energy sector. So whatever area you are in, climate change is going to be quite important. Epidemics like COVID messed up a lot of projects. We had to enter force majeure in some of the projects, and we're now relooking in terms of the contracts. How do we run them? Because we need to get ourselves prepared for this kind of future world. Customer expectation is going to change. These are not the days where you can make a product. I've had very good products that have been presented here, but we have to continuously improve on that. Otherwise, if you don't meet the needs of your market, you'll actually lose in touch with them. Then for engineers, the future world will demand us to have multidisciplinary. Days of thinking that your world is only based on being able to design and construct this item, the purely what I call hardcore engineering aspects are long gone. You find yourself having to tackle environmental issues, social issues. I work for a department in Ketrako that deals with also safeguards, so whether social safeguards and environmental safeguards. So as engineers, you have to be exposed to more than just how you do your projects. You have to be able to be good in contracts. It's not just being able to design a 19, 20-story building that is sufficient, but the users for tomorrow and your neighbors will demand much, much more. So there are quite a number of things the future world is bringing upon us. So it's important to keep in touch with the trends that are coming on board. And that's why 3 key points that I wanted to leave with you today is, and they're going to be keywords in the future. One of them is sustainability. You have to ensure that you do things in a very sustainable way. No matter how the world goes in future, engineering solutions need to be very sustainable because the resources that we have are limited. I'm sure in the different forums you have gone into more detail in terms of the SDGs, but the demand is going to be quite more important. So sustainability is going to be a keyword as we move forward. The other thing is continuous improvement, putting up a culture in the country and other places. There are countries that are well prepared for the future, and they start the issue of being continuous improvement or being the artistic of what they do early in school. I said I was in Brazil, and I managed to look at the education system. I know we're changing to a different education system, but whatever the education system that we have is that when you do engineering, what is the creativity part of it that you're adding to engineering? It's just not a matter of getting your notes, but what do you add to that? If you're doing music, what is the creativity part that is coming on board? Continuous improvement is important. I got a chance as introduced to do my PhD in Japan. And I believe I was fairly well equipped from Kenya, but I saw a different level of continuous improvement. I was dealing with steel structures, especially joints, semi-rigid joints. That's a topic for another day, but where I thought definitely my PhD topic and the area I was in, I was entering into a new frontier. At that time, this is before the current Eurocode was written, because I remember going to those committees of Eurocode and justifying why the design principles have to change from the traditional rigid and pinned connections, especially for the ones who are doing structures. So this was before, but definitely there was a lot that is doing. But I could see from the Japanese classmates in terms of how they kept on building one idea to the other. They're talking about building bridges from carbon fiber and other technologies, which even myself at my level, I was not thinking that direction. So I'm saying in a culture of continuous improvement. That's why in Japan, the car only gets better because it's continuously improved. And I'm sure in any developed country, that is some of the things that have to continue. The third point I wanted to mention is the importance of networking. The world demands, and we had a discussion early in the morning, that for us to improve either as a university or industry, we definitely have to keep in with the trends of the world, but we also have to work closely with people, either the industry, academics, put a very good network in terms of how to improve each other. Engineering is one thing that you cannot unlike other subjects that you, or other career directions that maybe you can improve by self-knowledge, engineering is one area that you cannot improve by self-knowledge, but you have to be able to share and receive, and that's how you continue growing in engineering life. So network is going to be quite important, both in corporate level, but also individuals. I know just have a few minutes, so I'll mention, I was actually mentioning to the people who met me in the morning, I graduated in 1990 from this university. So most of these buildings are not there, but I'm still in contact with my classmates up to today. And so I have classmates all over the country, whether it's the registrar, EBK, and the rest. And that helps me get my things easily done because I have people across the board. And that's what I keep on requesting. Always network, always get a good mentor. That's important as you grow in the engineering journey. Get a good coach. That's also a good thing. Been places where you get people who understand who you are and speak good about you to others. So it's important. Networking is going to be very important. So sustainability, continuous improvement, and networking are going to be important even as we move the world into these areas, because the world is changing. It's changing faster than where it was before. And if you get only into the knowledge that you're taught, then you find yourself left behind. I learned a lot definitely when I was at the University of Nairobi in the 90s, but I can assure you that I also learned a lot after I finished my graduation, and the university gave me the foundation to be able to build my engineering career. So I think that's why they tell you that when you're graduating that you've been given the powers to read. That's the time you realize that what you have been taught and what you are reading was a foundation, but now is when the actual application of knowledge and reading starts the day you graduate. So you have to be prepared for a future world, which is going to be very different. And the person who wins is the person who has put himself in a position to best adapt to the world. So adaptability is also going to be very important. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. There's a lot I could have spoken about the energy sector, but that's not for today areas, but I believe we'll get other opportunities to share where we are going, both as a country, as an institution, and other areas to build yourself as engineers. I cannot finish everything by not reminding you, have a clear plan to build your engineering plan. Whether you are student engineers, know what you want. After that, you become a graduate engineer. The day you graduate, please go and register with the Engineers Board of Kenya. I speak a lot in terms of encouraging engineers to become professional engineers, to have that path. So that's one of the things I said I'm going to at least encourage us to move that direction. So there's a lot we discussed in the morning that we plan to support us. The university definitely means a lot. Definitely in, I think, 1987, before most of you are born. That's the time I met my wife. She was my classmate in civil engineering. So we're together.
Wow.
So it's whatever. And definitely in 2017, my daughter graduated from, she was doing civil, she got her first class honors in this university. So definitely the university means a lot. And any way we can do to support the university is going to be quite important. But you guys are what this country requires to solve our needs of this country, Kenya, and take us forward. Let's prepare. So one of the things we're discussing with I'm taking the CS Foreign Affairs to Suswa and Olkaria too, is to discuss opportunities for hydrogen fuel, hydrogen, ammonia and the rest green that is coming on board, because the kind of fuel we are talking about in future is going to be different from maybe petroleum products and the rest. So there's a lot of hydrogen fuel coming on board. We have different products coming on board, opportunities. So that's what we're going to discuss, so that Kenya also put in the position where we can move into the future since we have green energy. So we're talking about the future and how best to position Kenya in that position. So for me, I'll have to stop there because from here I'm going back to the office, then going to the airport, but definitely appreciate and looking forward, Ivy and the rest of the team, where maybe you can dive deeper into an engineering program that is different. Then we are ready to share with you. Get yourselves excited about the future. Get yourself excited to come and solve problems and give solutions to the society. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Mativo. It's always an, may I ask you to take a seat on the stage? May I ask you to take a seat on the stage as I invite on stage Dr. Thomas Mbuya, who is Associate Dean, Faculty of Engineering. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Dr. Mbuya is a Senior Lecturer, Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, to make appreciatory remarks.
Good morning. Our guest, Engineer Mativo, General Manager Ketraco, Dean of Students, Mr. Kinyo. I've also seen Director, Intellectual Property Management Office, Ms. Mary Keynote is here. Any academic staff who's here, I think I saw one. And any other guests who's here, and our students, student leaders, and those ones who are participating from outside the country. This is an international conference, isn't it? So I believe there are students attending either online or hopefully we have a few here in the auditorium. Good morning. For now, mine is just to appreciate our guest. Thank you very much, Engineer Mativo, for accepting to come and be part of us, supporting our students. This is a conference that is 100% organized by students. And you can see they know how to do this. They are able to identify friends of the university and invite them to come, and they come. So they actually do much better than we do as members of staff or as part of management. So this is something that we would like to encourage. Just to pick a few of the points you mentioned, and also the ones that Ivy mentioned. As Associate Dean, my core responsibility is to promote research, innovation, and enterprise. Enterprise is the part where these innovations get to market, and also work with postgraduate students. So I will focus on the research, innovation, and enterprise. I think the core of this conference is to discuss about what engineering can do to society, meaning what can we innovate in order for us to be able to solve problems that we face. I think there is a very large opportunity for us to do much better. The only thing we need to do is to refocus our energy into thinking more about what small solution can we come up with. Sometimes to solve problems, you don't need to think very big. Because when you think very big, then the problem becomes very complicated, then you're not able to come up with a solution. But we can start by thinking about, large problems, but solutions that are small scale, but are able to solve those problems. And then these solutions will eventually become upscale, and then, they're able to solve problems for very many people. They have a much higher impact. So what I would encourage is that for the next conference, we think about innovation. So as we seek partners who are going to support us, not just for the conference, but the build up to the conference, so that we work with you, the students, with the staff, and my office will be available to assist where I can. And I'm sure Professor Mary Keynote will be available to assist to make sure that any innovation that you come up with is properly protected, so that during the next conference, we'll be showcasing serious innovations that can then hopefully move to market. And then we begin to become proud like DTU which is marketing, commercializing at least 2 innovations every week. That's possible. Sometimes we assume that when somebody is talking about innovation, they're talking about some complex machine. No, not necessarily. There are many small things that you can design or invent, whichever what you want to use, that can be very useful to society. And you find that there are many people who would like to buy whatever it is that you have developed. And that can be either a component, it can be a system, it can be a software. So all we need to do is just start thinking. And I do believe that the University of Nairobi has got a lot of friends. And Matiwa is a good example. He has come, he has told us that he's available for us. He's a former student here. And he has a group of his former classmates, and I'm sure since then he has a very large network that he can leverage. If we work with him, and I believe we are going to work with him, I think we can benefit a lot. And there are many others who I'm sure are our friends, but perhaps they just need to be reminded. We just need to reach out to them and tell them, well, you are our friends, and we can work together. There are areas where we can help you, but there are also areas where you can help us. And together we are able to work together and come up with solutions that will help society. So I'll stop there. Engineer Mativo, thank you very much for coming. We are definitely, as I told you earlier, we are going to reach out to you next week. From what you've discussed with the students, we see how we can now pick up and what we can do now and what else we can plan to do going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Mbuya. Now it is culture of the university to give a symbolic gift hamper to our guest. And I'll ask that Dr. Mbuya, you be the one presenting our appreciation to Dr. Engineer John Mativo. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. A round of applause. Thank you so much, Engineer, for being with us, for committing your time and for the promises that you have made. Allow a minute for the photo. May I also invite on stage Mr. Johnson Ireli Kenya, the Dean of Africa, and also the Dean of Students, University of Nairobi, to join the gentlemen on stage for a photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, we also recognize the presence of Director of Intellectual Property Management, Professor Mary Kinoti. Gentlemen, you may have a seat. May I also invite on stage the ESSA Executive Committee to join our guest on stage for a photo session, a really brief one. Dr. Mativo, Dr. Mbuya, may I ask you to take seats so that the students stand behind you. Thank you so much, engineers. It is always a pleasure working with you. ESSA will forever be indebted to you. Asanteni sana, and may God bless you. As the gentlemen walk out, for those who have just joined us, this is the second day of the International Engineering Students Conference, the 6th edition of it. I'll allow a little chit chat here and there. And then as the Dean picks his notebook, I will invite him again on stage to make his remarks. We will first have the Dean of Students and then the Associate Dean. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor again to invite on stage Mr. Johnson Ireri Kinywa. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Mr. Kinywa is currently the Dean of Students at the University of Nairobi. Previously, he served as the Director of Career Services (UAN) in charge of student skills development, job placement, linking students with industry and others. He has also served as the Director of University Advancement (UAN) in charge of partnerships and collaboration, fundraising, and resource mobilization for over 4 years. He holds a Master of Business Administration. He is also a BCom graduate from the University of Nairobi, holds a higher diploma in HRM, and is a certified ethics officer. Mr. Kinywa is popularly known as the Dean of Africa. We all do know that. Because of the influence and impact he has had on students' lives, and is the UN brand ambassador. He has authored a book, a really beautiful book, by the title Rising Above the Shadows of Limitations, a memoir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dean of Students, Mr. Johnson Kinywa.
Thank you, Mushemi. I don't know where you got that bio, but thanks so much for the comprehensive introduction. Our ABC, ABC is Associate Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation, and Enterprise, represented by Professor Mary Kinoti. Karibu sana. Our Associate Dean in the Engineering, representing the Engineering Dean Faculty, and representing himself, Dr. Engineer Chuku Buya, all the executive officials of the ESA, the students from, is it Moi Girls? Yes, Moi Girls. You are our neighbor, Karibuni Sana, University of Nairobi, and all other invited guests and partners. Good morning. My name is Johnson Kinywa, as you have heard from Engineer Muchemi. I'm currently the Dean of Students, University of Nairobi. I also take care of the career services, and I invite all of you to choose University of Nairobi during your KCSE selection. Mine is not much because I spoke yesterday, but just to encourage the student that the future we are going will be engineered by the student of engineering. And I was reading the story of Nikola Tesla. I don't know that most of you know. Nikola Tesla was a scientist, engineer, and electrical engineer in the US. And he had a vision, and I look forward to that vision being realized today. He had a vision that instead of connecting the electricity using the poles and the wires and all that, you can do the way we do Wi-Fi. You just have the numbers you code, and the power comes to your house without necessarily, the way we do DSTV, GoTV, and all that, and your TV is connected by dialing the number and all that. And I look forward for that engineer Kamau, to see that innovation coming to pass in our generation. I know Elon Musk is trying to realize that vision in our current generation, but we have a lot to do. Our ABC, who will be coming to speak, we want to create a critical mass of students innovators, because the industry have realized that without the student having a hub within the university, the future is not very bright. But all the company have requested us to consolidate anybody who has a bright ideas and create a critical mass where they can come and fund different projects on IT, on health, on agriculture, and all that. And our Grace Kamau here, she's in that team of the UN innovators. And if you are an innovator and you are in this house and you have not registered in that group, please come, because there are so many angel investors, venture capitalists who want to help students to prototype, finance them to commercialize their innovation into the market, and bring an enterprise. As you heard the VC yesterday saying, the University of Denmark producing 2 spin-off per every 2 weeks. We would like us to make it a spin-off every week. Sindio Kamau, with the support of the industry and the university, I think it's all possible. So without much ado, allow me to invite our Associate Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation, and Enterprise to come and give her remarks. Let's clap for her as she comes. She's giving a keynote address. She's the one who is the custodian of all the research projects within the university, and she's the director in charge of Intellectual Property Management Office that takes care of all the ideas they are patented and commercialized. Karibu Professor Mary Kinoti, karibuni sana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenyo. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Mary Wanjiru Kinoti, is a certified behavioral scientist and axiologist from the United States of America and a former associate dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies in charge of graduate programs, representing the Associate Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Enterprise.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So I'm here on the behalf to represent the Associate Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Enterprise, Professor Margaret Hutchinson. I'll read her remarks, and after I do that, then I'll make my own personal remarks. So allow me to read her speech, which she would have loved to have been here, actually to interact with you, because she's very passionate about research. She's very passionate about innovation and enterprise. So allow me to read her speech, then I'll talk again in my own capacity. So Associate Dean, Dr. Thomas Buya, Dean of Students, Mr. Johnson Kenyo, all academic members of staff here, the guest speaker in absentia who has just gone, engineering students, and all the students of University of Nairobi, Moi Girls students, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor to welcome you all to this engineering conference. This event is an excellent opportunity for us to come together and celebrate the amazing work that our engineering community is doing. I want to start by acknowledging the hard work and dedication of all the organizers, volunteers, and participants who made this conference possible. It takes a tremendous amount of effort to put an event like this, and I am grateful to everyone who contributed their time and expertise. And I would like you to give a round of applause for those who have organized these events at this point. Thank you for putting together such a great event. This conference is an excellent example of the power of collaboration. By working together, we can achieve great things. As the Associate Vice Chancellor, I'm proud of the work that our Faculty of Engineering and students are doing to address some of the most pressing challenges facing our society today. From developing sustainable energy solutions to creating new medical technology, our engineering community is making a significant impact on the world. And this impact is not limited to just one sector. Engineering touches every aspect of our life, from the technology we use to the building we live in. However, we know that we can't do this alone. Collaboration is therefore essential to our success. That's why I am thrilled to see representatives from other faculties, from other industries here today, as well as a girls' school, which is actually coming to learn what happens in the university. And that's a testament that will contribute to building their motivation to be the part of this great university. By working together, we can leverage our unique expertise and resources to create real changes in the world. I believe that engineering has the potential to transform our world in the way that we can't even imagine. But to achieve this transformation, we need to foster a culture of innovation, curiosity, and collaboration. So, as Associate Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation, and Enterprise, I encourage you all to use this conference as an opportunity to connect with others, share your ideas, and learn from one another. Take advantage of many workshop sessions and networking opportunity that this event offers. I hope that this conference will inspire you to continue the important work of engineering, and that you leave here feeling energized and empowered to make a difference in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the speech from Associate Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi. And I know if you're studying here, you will appreciate her speech. Can we do that? Thank you. So thank you very much. Now I want to just make a few remarks on my own behalf. So as you have heard, my name is Professor Keynote. I am from the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. So my education background is in business. But from an administrative angle, I coordinate Intellectual Property Management Office of the University of Nairobi. So what is Intellectual Property Management Office of the University of Nairobi? What is its mandate and what its role in the university community? What the Office of Intellectual Property Management Office does, it protects students' intellectual property or students' innovation. It also protects the faculty members who innovate together with the students, and also, so it's an office that coordinates protection of intellectual property as well as innovation for both faculty members and the students. So for me, I want to encourage you, the next frontier of the university. In fact, the Vice Chancellor has said the next strategic plan, because of course our strategic plan is ending this year, 2023. So we are preparing a new strategic plan. He has said the next frontier of this university will be research, innovation, and enterprise. And therefore, when we talk about research, when we talk about innovation, and when we talk about entrepreneurship, people like me from the Faculty of Business, we look at engineers, because engineers create real products. They create real technical services that are used in the business. So I want to talk to the engineers and all the other students who are here, because of course innovation is not only for engineers. There is innovation for social scientists, there is innovation for pure scientists, engineers, and so on. Just to encourage you, this is your time. This is your time to make a difference. Think about ideas. Come to our office. We are in the 15th floor of the tower. We'll guide you on how to protect your ideas. Because what we have found over the years is that when you have an idea, you are so passionate about it and you go telling everybody everywhere. A good idea can be even more, can be more variable than a piece of land. So before you go to talk about your good idea, wherever you are called or whoever you are telling, come to the Office of Intellectual Property Management Office. We'll tell you what not to say. Because there are people out there looking for these ideas, and we just need to interact with an innovative mind, like the innovative mind of our students, because we know our students are very creative. They are the best students in this country. You just go and talk about your your innovation, and then you are very happy, and we'll clap for you. Wow, that's a brilliant idea. But already you would have told everybody about what idea is all about, what your innovation is all about, and they will steal it. The next time you want to develop that idea, you will go to the organization that help us protect our IP, and you find a similar idea already. Somebody listened to you and filed that idea, and it's protected, and therefore you cannot protect another idea, a similar idea that has been protected by someone else. So I'm just telling this story because a lot of good ideas have been stolen just because we just go talk about them without knowing what not to say. And when that happens, that person who has listened to your idea will earn money for life. Some of these are international organizations. So what they do, they had you, they go back. Let's say they go back to Europe, they go back to the US, and then they produce your idea into a product or a service, and then you become a consumer. So what that means, you have lost your earning for life. You become a consumer of your own ideas, and I am talking to us because that is happening. I was actually I came to the Faculty of Engineering, and I was talking to the faculty about the importance of protecting IP. And I said, we are being used to give out our ideas. People go make products, we buy them, and we are the owners of the ideas. Our children buy them, and we are the owners of the ideas. Our grandchildren buy them, and we are the owners of the idea. I think I'll rest my case there and say, please take interest in wanting to know how you can protect your good idea. You may not have the money now to expand or to move that idea forward. But when it's protected, nobody else will protect a similar idea. So what are some of the initiatives of University of Nairobi? Once we protect the idea, we also enroll you for a program so that to know the pathway now after IP, you can join our program to know how then do you develop your products. Once you know that, we'll also organize forum with the funders who can fund your ideas. And there are many pathways of funding your idea. If you have protected it and you think, I generate ideas, you can sell ideas and make money to somebody else. If you feel that you want to carry on with your ideas, you can start a startup and just become another entrepreneur, grow with it, and make money with it. The other pathway, we can connect you with an industry, and then you'll be earning royalty because they are marketing your idea. But that has to be done in a professional manner, and it has to be done from a legal perspective. I want to stop there and tell you, we also organize Nairobi Innovation Week, and we are expecting a lot of innovation from the Faculty of Engineering. Nairobi Innovation Week is happening from 17th to 19th May. Please do not miss the opportunity of having to come and learn. What do other people who have succeeded in innovation, what have they done? And then you'll be able to get ideas. You'll meet successful people. You'll be having master classes. You'll be having a lot of master classes. We'll be having career fairs. Yeah, there are many organizations which will come during Nairobi Innovation Week just to tell us about our career. And I know we have a graduation in September. I don't remember whether Faculty of Engineering graduate in September or December. So this is a good opportunity, especially for the final years, to come and interact with the employers and know what do they expect from us. So we'll have Innovation Summit, we'll have Startup Summit, we'll have music extravaganza. Why I'm saying this, you'll meet with the venture capitalists. Why I'm saying this is that there is everything for everyone. I know Grace Kamau is there. She is our champion in the Faculty of Engineering. So if she comes knocking to your door, asking you to attend Nairobi Innovation Week, asking you to come and showcase your innovation, please listen to her. Having said that, I want to wish you fruitful discussion today, and thank you all of you for the opportunity. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Professor Mary. Before you go, allow me to invite on stage Mr. Churchill Ouma to present the gift hamper to you. Mr. Churchill is a 5th-year student of civil engineering. He is also the Engineering Students Association chairperson. Let this gift hamper be a symbol of our appreciation for your support, and to that of the Associate Vice Chancellor, Professor Hutchinson. Pass our regards to her. Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and may God always bless you. May I recognize the presence of Mary Hill Girls High School. Hello, from Muteka. Salimianini. Ama, Amuko. Your ghost students. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor finally to invite our final guest speaker, the Associate Dean from the Faculty of Engineering, Dr. Thomas Mboya, to make his remarks. I believe Dr. Mboya had a speech that was ready. I had stolen him earlier on to make appreciating remarks. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Dr. Mboya, who is a senior lecturer, Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering. He holds a PhD in engineering materials from the University of Southampton in the United Kingdom. He has a master's in mechanical engineering from the University of Nairobi and a BSc in mechanical engineering from also the University of Nairobi. A round of applause for him as he prepares to make his speech.
I don't have a written speech. There was one that was prepared for me, but the comments from that speech is what I borrowed, and I already said what I needed to say. I think at this point, the only thing I can say is that, I wish you have a successful day. Let's reconvene after this. I think the student leaders already know that I've reached out to them. I would like to have a conversation with them next week so that we can start planning for how do we innovate, how do we reach out to partners, and possibly how can we assist for the next conference. So that's all I think. Enjoy yourselves and have fun. And I forgot to acknowledge the students from, it's Moi Girls, not Mary Hill? Moi Girls? Both, okay. Moi Girls and Mary Hill, thank you for coming. And this is the university. We hope to see all of you here next year. We have got very good programs. While you are here, take an opportunity to have a chat with your future colleagues, classmates. Find out what the student life here is. I'm sure it is fantastic. Why it is not, perhaps you avoid informing them that until they come, then you can tell them how to go about it, because every problem has got a solution. So welcome today and next year. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mboya, before you go, allow me to invite on stage the IESC Vice Chairperson, Lynn, to Lynn. Is Lynn here with us? If Lynn is not here, then Debbie will do it. Debbie is the head of secretariat for the IESC Planning Committee. We hope that this gift hamper, Dr. Mboya, will be a representation of our appreciation for your commitment and your support this far. Pass our regards to the faculty dean, Professor Ayub Gitau. We thank him and we are very grateful for his support. As you exit, allow me to invite on stage the Dean of Students, Mr. Kinyo. allow me to invite you on stage. And also Ivy Claire. I invite on stage Ivy to gift the Dean of Students, Mr. Kinyo. Following this, our guests, Professor Keynote, partners, you will be invited into the VIP lounge for a short recess where you'll have tea. Asante sana Bwana Kenya. We hope that this gift hamper will appreciate your support this far to the Engineering Students Association, and may God always bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll come to our final speech for this morning. A guest speaker from Futuristic. It is my distinct honor to invite on stage Engineer Moses Mandela, who works with Futuristic. He holds a Master of Science in Engineering from Harbin University in China. Engineer Moses. As it comes on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Futuristic is a British multinational company which deals in construction chemicals, providing constructive solutions for the last 87 years. They have presence in over 70 countries, and the products range from admixtures, adhesives, industrial flooring, concrete repair. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Moses Mandela. A round of applause for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Engineer Moses Mandela Mangen. I'm a civil and structural engineer from the University of Harbin Institute of Technology in China. I work at Futuristic, Kenya. There is a banner there, and I'm more of I handle mostly Chinese clients, engineers, architects, quantity surveyors. I've been here before for an educative forum like this, but that was more of a training session. There are faces that I know around. I think engineer we've met before somewhere, and I walked in when you are making your speech, and I was able to pick a few things. You talked of solutions, innovative solutions, and that is what basically Futuristic is all about. As engineers, we are the architects of this world. Basically, everything that goes around, everything that happens around is more of engineering. I was saying, somehow engineered. And the reason why you are an engineer, it's because of something new. As four speakers have said, being innovative. An engineer is somebody who should be having an innovative mind. Let me go back to Futuristic. At Futuristic is a multinational company based in the UK, but has branches or openings all over the world. We are present in about 70 countries. And in Kenya, we do both manufacturing of those engineering solutions. We are mainly into construction. And I hope maybe I'm speaking mostly to civil engineers because I've seen civil engineers, but mechanical, don't feel like we're not part of you. You'll forgive me for that. We do products that help solve problems that you experience on a site. As an engineer, you'll do a design, you'll do a specification, you will give direction on what needs to be done, you will give approvals here and there. But now there are those problems that you'll come maybe, or as you're designing, you'll come to people like Postrock. I know most of you know a company, Sika. You have heard of BSF, you've heard of MAPEI. We are in that group. So at Postrock, we do solutions to concrete, like admixtures. We do adhesives. We do concrete repair products. We do waterproofing products. We do a lot of grouts and anchors. When I mention about grouts, don't take it literally like just the tile grout. I'm talking about the structural grout. I'm sure we are going to have more of these forums. For those who are interested, you might come around and we might teach you how each of these products are worked about, are engineered. At Postrock, we are very much into working with engineers because you are the starting point. You are the people who identify the problem, and then you want to come with a solution. As an engineer, you will say, I want a product, or I want my concrete to behave in a certain way. And then Postrock will tell you, if you want your concrete to behave in a certain way, then this is what you do to it. That is the innovation that comes to your normal concrete. As an engineer, you'll do, for example, an assumption of let's assume a steel mast, or let's say a wind turbine. A wind turbine has the turbine on top, the mast, then the base concrete. And then you are doing your calculations and you realize that the way steel behaves is totally different. I mean, the steel mast behave is totally different from how the concrete base will behave. Then you're thinking, how do I work out the joining of the two? That's where I was talking of a structural grout. So those are some of the solutions, just to mention a few. Those are some of the solutions that when you look at Postrock, that's what we offer. For the students from St. Mary's or St. what? St. Mary's, I will just say that do not take this chance. Do not ignore this chance. This is a very good opportunity. Growing up, I never had such an opportunity to come to such a forum as a student until you're done with your studies, and then you get such an opportunity to come and mentor you. So take this very, very seriously. For the 50-year students here at UN, I know some of you we've met before. I've done a lecture, some of you. And please, as we are finishing off, we must have what we call a finishing power. Your finishing power must be on the top. Today, when we came, we had prepared a presentation, but I think because of time constraint, we are going to have that presentation some other time. You allow me to just introduce my colleague there to say hi. He's Engineer Joseph, works also at Postrock. He's in charge of our distributor network. He's very knowledgeable in solutions, waterproofing, grout and anchoring, protective coatings. So after the session, for those who want to hear more, you could approach him. You could also approach me. For those who, most of the students, you have my number. So in case there is anything you can call. Most of you we talk, and so far we are doing well. So allow me to stop there. I'll say thank you so much for this opportunity. Postrock, we keep on working with engineers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause again for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the first panel discussion of the day. I wish to invite on stage, first and foremost, Engineer Kennedy Kiunga. A round of applause for Engineer Kennedy Kiunga as he comes on stage. Engineer Kiunga works in the Built Environment Department at Howard Humphreys East Africa Limited as a senior civil engineer with over 10 years experience in design and supervision of civil works projects. He is currently the assistant resident engineer for the Kiambu Ruaka Water and Sewer project. Engineer Kiunga holds a Bachelor of Science in Engineering. He is a graduate from the University of Nottingham in the United Kingdom and is currently pursuing an MBA in project management. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Engineer Kiunga. Secondly, it is my honor to invite on stage Ms. Grace Kanyi. Grace Kanyi works as a social impact research coordinator at 60 decibels. A round of applause for Grace Kanyi as she goes on stage. Grace was also the International Engineering Students Conference 3.2 chairperson and one of the conference founders. She basically has a history of the IESC at heart, and she's very passionate about these things. A round of applause for Grace. Thirdly, allow me to invite on stage Engineer Valentino Okwom, who works with the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA. Engineer Valentino Okwom, please take your place on the stage. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Makofi. Finally, I invite Mr. John Matogo, who works with IBM Kenya, who will be one of our panelists, but he will be joining us virtually. Finally, I invite on stage the moderator for this session, Mr. Brian Clendon. Mr. Clendon is a third-year civil engineering student at the University of Nairobi. He is also the Engineering Students Association Academic Secretary. A round of applause for Clendon. My good friend Bill always reminds me to add his third name. He is Mr. Brian Clendon Kinuthia. A round of applause for him. Clendon, the stage is all yours. The topic for this panel, ladies and gentlemen, shall attempt to dissect today's theme, sculpting a futuristic approach to engineering world.
Wow. Apologies for that. Engineering students, high school students, good morning. How are we? Are we doing well? All right. I'd like to start by saying that the benefit of this panel discussion goes to you guys. You guys are the reason we're here. You're the reason we're doing what we're doing now. And I'd like to request that you start drafting your questions. I'm very sure you have a lot of questions. We'll be very sure to take them at the end of the session. So please start drafting. All right. Panelists, good morning. We're doing well? All right, let's get into the gist of it. So my first question is a general question. It's a general question. I'd like to have all your views on it. And the question goes, to sculpture a futuristic approach to engineering, we've realized that we need to acquire additional knowledge in various fields. So the question is, which skills
would you consider as fundamental in order to be an all-rounded engineer? I'd like to start from the other end. Grace?
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's so amazing to have you here, to see everyone. Maybe I can just do like a brief of myself. So I was one of the founders of this conference. I think it was in like I don't remember, maybe like 2017. So yeah, we started from far and it's so amazing to see myself on the other side. I graduated about 2 years ago from electrical engineering, and it's such an honor to see that Churchill and the rest of the team have led this and kept this going. Yeah, so you will learn a lot. Make sure you just get something, make a new friend, make a new network. Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you. To the question about the skills, the important skills we need for a futuristic engineer, engineering approach, or basically the future. So I would say majorly, I would define what an engineer is, maybe for our students from Mary Hill and Moi Girls. So one of our lecturers always said that an engineer is someone who finds a problem, designs, builds, and tests. So the main skill I would say there is being very a problem solver. Like you just realize that probably when someone is going up the stairs, they just get tired and you realize that's a problem, and then someone just came up with escalators. It's just a simple problem. So as an engineer, I would say you have to be a problem solver. It doesn't generally have to be something so major, so huge. You just have to notice a single problem and be a mind that thinks of a solution very fast. And also you have to be very innovative, because it's as much as you get a problem, you have to think of how to actualize the solution. And then in terms of, I would say also you have to be a people person, because we don't design for aliens or non-living things. Mostly we design for human beings. So you have to have that human to human connection. So never forget to lose your human touch, because the major point of innovating projectors or microphones, it's all for the human person. So always find out what is the human aspect to this problem and how can I help people. So that's what I would say.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much, Grace. Engineer Valentino, what do you have to say?
Thank you so much. I'm glad to have heard that she was one of the founders. In the second, was it the second conference? I was actually on the other side. I presented. My project was ranked 3rd. I did a project on making construction bricks out of plastic waste and sand. That was back in 2019. I have a certificate for that. To the question, I think some of the skills that I believe are essential for futuristic engineering, first and foremost, is data science. Learning a lot, big data. As we go forward, we are automating our systems. So it is important that you learn how to manipulate data. For example, you find in some countries where we have automated counts, traffic counts, for example. I'll just use for an example in transportation industry, where you find that it's a very good tool for research. That actually, it is basically what it is a machine which has been taught to think like a human. And I think 3 weeks ago, it published its own paper on its own topic on the open AI. So having knowledge on such robotics, additive manufacturing, have 3D printing. We need skills and how to use such technology. I think in China was the first country to construct 10 houses in a single day. The magnitude of the projects usually takes it would have taken around 18 months, but they managed to construct it within a single day in 10 hours. By close of business day, the houses were complete. That was done thanks to 3D printing. So I believe those are the core skills. We also need skills in social justice, especially now when you're narrowing down to sustainability. We need skills in social justice. We need to have skills and knowledge on sustainability as a whole, such that whatever we are doing today, the projects that we are undertaking or constructing, will they still be beneficial in future, or will they be rendered obsolete with time progression? So that's my take on the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Okwom. That was very, very, very insightful.
I think I can just add probably one more. In my line of work, I've come across a lot of contract management. So when you're on the ground, you really need to know what your role as an engineer is when you're supervising a project, so that you don't have to end up doing other people's roles. So it saves you time and headaches, because most of the time when you're on the ground, you're dealing with a lot of social issues and less of technical issues. On that note also, you need to have proper or excellent communication skills. This is very vital when you're communicating to, say, the people on the ground. These are lay people who do not know your technical skills. They do not know how to interpret a drawing, for instance. So it's up to you to actually put it very simply to them so they can understand what is a way leave, what is a road corridor, so that they can easily be able to understand why you are doing what you're doing. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Kennedy. I'd like to direct focus now to the audience. Would you have anything to comment, anything to say? Do I see a hand anywhere? A hand there? Well, all right. All right. Seems the audience is satisfied. The next question, I'd like to direct it to, wait, I'm just getting this now. We have an engineer who's been joining us online. Engineer John Matogo from IBM. Can you hear us? Perhaps the sound team can unmute him online to see if he can hear us. Well, while they work on that, I'd like to direct my next question to Engineer Ken. Yes, Engineer Ken. What's your take on the role of engineers in matters policy making?
Okay. In terms of policy making, we really need to be on the table. There's a common saying that if you're not part of the table or when people are eating, you're part of the menu. So you really need to be there when policies are being made. There's so many, as an institution like IEK and ASEC, Association of Consulting Engineers Kenya, and even EBK, which is also mandated to do the same, they usually call out people or engineers or stakeholders, even the public. When policy is being floated or a bill is about to be enacted, we are always asked to come and give our input into the policies. It would be very good to have engineers on the table. They always say that there's a strength in numbers. So the more we are in terms of changing policy, and then she had talked about seeing what a problem could be and how to change that problem, it would be a really good thing to actually be there. So it's important for engineers to actually be in the policy making forum. This includes, you don't have to be an engineer only working in institutions like private or whatever. You can also venture into politics. It would be really good to have engineers in the political arena who will be able to change things. We always complain when you're in traffic or when you see garbage and you talk about our leaders, and you see, they say leaders are a reflection of us. So what are we saying? We need to be there. So it would be good to have as many of us in that forum. Thank you so much.
All right. Perhaps a follow-up to the same, small follow-up. How far do you feel we've come, and how far do you feel we need to go?
We've come from very far. We currently have Engineers Act of Kenya 2011, which stipulates what the engineers' roles are. In a snippet, it requires people to go through engineering study, then be regulated by EBK. So you have to take a professional interview with Engineers Board of Kenya and also be a member of IEK. So by that, we're regulating the industry. So that's one step of reading out the quacks. Buildings are falling, yes, but we are trying as much as possible to be in those institutions. For instance, we have NCA. They recently called for more people to join them. Now, we can't be throwing stones at them when we can be actually trying to help be part of the solution. So then again, we also have, apart from the Engineers Act, we have now the Engineer Scale of Fees, which came into enactment, I think, last year. This simply means that there are different cadres of professionals. You're remunerated based on your number of hours or your professional experience. So this enhances people from undercutting others. So it's a really good thing to have it. We also have, currently, we're trying to incorporate companies that are legally owned by Kenyans mostly, and not, so that all the projects can not only just go to international expertise. We have the expertise here. I mean, UN has been in existence since I don't know how long. I didn't study here, but I know it's been churning out great engineers. We work with them. We work with other engineers in other universities. So we have the numbers, we can do all these things, and we've come a long way, and we still have a long way to go. We have Vision 2030, which has a lot of input by engineers, and we need to actually plug into those spaces. We have the SDGs by UN. So we really have a lot of things to do. And in the policy and research, you've been told that we need to have more innovators. We encourage, last year we had a competition under IEK where we rewarded people who are innovators, young engineers. Was part of the panelists. So it is really good that we are encouraging more people to come up. So yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Engineer Ken, for that very insightful response. Engineer John Matogo, can you hear us? Perhaps my sound can unmute him. All right. Engineer John Matogo, I'm being told you can unmute yourself.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Well, great to have you here, Engineer John Matogo. I have just the question for you. Are you ready?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Yesterday, we learned that in order for us to be multidisciplinary, we need to have all our engineering projects centralized, like having them on a centralized platform so that we can continuously keep updating each other on what our part of the project is. So my question goes, do you feel engineers have managed to implement centralization through technology?
Well, thanks for that question. And just before I go ahead, allow me to maybe just introduce myself and apologize for not being able to participate in person. So I work for IBM. I lead our social impact programs for Middle East and Africa, and really an honor to be part of this conversation. As you may know, IBM is a hybrid cloud data and AI company. So I think the question that you asked, fits very well in terms of what you're trying to propose. I think it would be relevant and useful to have your engineering output put at a central location. In this case here, I'd be looking at a cloud environment. One, because I believe in many cases you end up collaborating with other professionals, other colleagues, and having this centralized at a place where many people can collaborate and look at this designs, for example, at a central location would be something that would be quite beneficial for all that are working on a common project. I think the other thing would also be, so the question was whether engineers are doing this. I would say to some extent it's beginning to be common practice for engineers to begin using automated tools for their work. Whether they're putting this at a centrally accessible location is something I still believe there is more opportunity to do so. So number one, yes, I think there's a lot of benefit to be derived from that. Are they utilizing this resource? I don't think as to an extent that they are doing this adequately. So I believe there is more opportunity for these platforms to be leveraged for this kind of work. Back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer John. And just a follow-up, is there any software you've probably had the chance to interact with or you've researched about that you would suggest engineers could use to centralize their work?
Okay. And let me correct you. I think you give me the term engineer, which my understanding is that it's still a term that has to be restricted to those who have been accepted into the practice. So I will not take that and use it. So, but thanks for recognizing. So I wouldn't use that term. I'm not qualified to take on that term yet. Are there platforms that that I would recommend for that? So, I mean, from an IBM perspective, what we do is provide a platform where others who are in the space of making this kind of software available can host it on our environment. So I would say from IBM, we do not have a platform that we make available for others, for engineers to do so. But we provide the environment, the cloud environment, where others who are working in this particular space can then host on our cloud environment. I think that's where I would leave it. If there are other colleagues, maybe in the audience or amongst the panelists, who have such environments that they would look to make available, and then as IBM would be ready to host that kind of platform or that kind of service on our cloud environment.
All right. Perhaps my panelists have something to add to that.
I think for us as a company, we use Microsoft Teams, where we collaborate on projects and documents. We also have a centralized software inside in-house in the company. So the collaboration for us, it's very easy. We know of companies like Apex Steel who have applications where on your mobile phone where you can actually just work together. We also have, when we were working with Atkins, they had a VR sort of virtual reality platform where they could interact with clients, and especially during COVID-19. So you would have a virtual meeting with your headset on or a device on, and that made work easier. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe to add on to that, currently this is by Dynasoft. There is a program. Let me call it that. It's called Enterprise Resource Planning. I think it's being rolled out and it will begin from the road industry, especially with Kenha, Kura, and Kera. Kera is already in the implementation stage. You find that in that system, assuming you are maybe the head, you are the principal secretary somewhere, you just have to click, you just give some commands and it will generate for you all the reports for all the projects, their status and everything. The system is designed such that it's going to be paperless. You find that once a contract has been awarded, there are several steps which are taken where you appoint the resident engineer, the project engineer, the engineer to the project. You find that the system is automated. If you're checking through maybe during the time of tender, you find maybe the contractor submits their KRA documents, the good conduct, not good conduct, it's called the CR12 document. The system automatically cross-checks whether they are valid and they inform you. So I believe we are headed in the right direction in that respect.
Maybe,
Yeah.
sorry, go
Add-
ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, it's nice to see you, Mr. John Matogo. I think we met in one of the conferences, probably the third one, I think. Maybe just to add, so where I work in the social impact space, meaning we work with a lot of community development projects. And it's not just in Kenya, we work globally, Latin America, India, Europe, all across. So one of the things that really helps us to work remotely is communication. I think you mentioned Microsoft Teams. There's also applications like Slack. I think these are softwares that you learn on the job or just applications that you learn on the job. But the major fact here is communication, like just learning to communicate. I think that's one skill we may need to work on as engineers, probably, because I think we're used to just doing the math and calculations, presenting them. But in terms of making clear presentations, making your communication clear, repeating what you've said so that not an important message is not missed. So so it's really important to learn to communicate clearly. Yeah. Thank you.
If I may add, moderator, apart from just making the cloud platform available for other engineering software to be used, what we do is make available platforms, especially for automation and workflow management. So if I may just mention, we've got a number of tools that are used by various professionals. And actually, I welcome my colleagues if you get a chance to test out these applications, because we make them available on our website. So if you have a chance to go to ibm.com, under the products category, there are a few which I believe would be very useful in automating workflow and business processes. Quickly mentioning BlueWorks Live. This is we make it available on cloud, which allows modeling of business processes, which I think is important for the work that we're doing. We have robotic process automation, RPA, which is software that helps to automate workflows and business processes. We have another one which we call business automation workflows. So this again is a cloud offering that can be used for that. And then on the asset management side, we have one which is called TriRigger, which I believe would also be very useful, especially for practitioners in the engineering space. This software tool that we sell commercially to engineering organizations. The audience being primarily students, what I would recommend, and actually because of the relationship we have with your university, you could go in there and through one of our portals, which we call Skills Build, you can go in using your university email address, actually test out some of this software at no charge. You can install them and begin using them and seeing how they actually function. And this would be a good skill to have, especially if you're, when you're joining the practice, you'd have a head start in learning these tools. So have a look at that. There's a number of tools there that I just mentioned. So BlueWorks Live, TriRigger, business automation, business process automation, and then business automation workflow as well. Thank you.
All right, audience, did you hear that? I hope you did. That's really important. That's really important. Thank you so much, Mr. John. To my next question, I'd like to direct it to Engineer Okwom. This is a question I've been personally requested by students to ask, especially students in urban areas. So what's your approach, or what would be your approach to managing traffic flow and towards reducing congestion in urban roads or urban areas?
Thank you so much. I think managing of traffic flow basically begins with planning. We need to have a proper planning of our cities, and we need to have interdisciplinary collaboration such that the planners work hand in hand with the engineers to identify and have proper road reserves demarcated and proper construction of roads. In terms of congestion in urban areas, I believe what we need is a light rail transport system. These are there's some sort of narrow trains that are usually constructed in between the highways. I think several countries are implementing that, and I think it's a very good addition, considering that a single LRT, the light rail, a single one can carry up to maybe 500 passengers going to Kikuyu. Imagine how many vehicles you've decongested from the city. The other issue is on lane prioritization. I think in Kenya, we had tried the bus rapid transport system, BRT. Along Superhighway, you could see there were some red marks along the road. That can also help, because you find that a bigger transport vehicle, assuming all of us here, we are to fit in 53 passenger buses. There'll be, say, 6 or 7 buses, as compared to each and everyone having their own personal cars. Another thing is separation of the motorized and the non-motorized traffic. You find that in Kenya currently, personally, I know how to ride a bicycle, but I can never dare to ride maybe along outer ring, because I'll be knocked down. There's no proper separation of traffic to allow for the non-motorized transport, those who are walking, pedestrians, and maybe those who are on motorbikes, because you find those modes of transport are usually less in terms of capacity along the traffic. The other issue is to encourage the active transportation. Again, non-motorization. You find that if you compare currently, maybe you compare a country like Kenya as opposed to first world countries, where you can find, I think we have the middle class syndrome. As long as you've made some little money, the first thing you want to buy is a car. And that adds to the traffic. Even if you expand the highways, I realized that one of the mistakes that, or rather one of the shortcomings of expanding, as long as you've expanded the highway, more people will move to that place, and more people will be there. The traffic will always increase. So the solution is not to increase the highways, but to adopt these advanced models that are being implemented in other countries. A good example is in Utawala. Utawala, the road is currently a dual carriageway. Many people are moving there. You'll find in the next 2-3 years again, we are back to square one in terms of traffic. We can also adjust the pricing. There was a policy, I think, at around 2008, though it failed in Nairobi, where the pricing of parking, it varies between peak and off-peak hours, such that in the morning hours, we can maybe put a flat rate of maybe 1,000 shillings per hour, so that you'll only go with your car into the city when it's absolutely necessary. So the rate should be varying like across the day. This will also regulate the traffic. We can improve our public transport system, and the government can also get into the space. We had the KBS, the stories I hear. We had KBS long ago, and it was very efficient, it was very functional. As long as the public transport is functional, if someone won't find a need to use their personal vehicles to run errands from point A to point B. Thank you.
All right, and just a small follow-up. This one is out of my own curiosity. At the institution, at Kera, or perhaps if you've heard of your neighboring institutions, Kura and the likes, is there an actual roadmap to actualize this in the works, or we just winging it?
I'll speak for Kera. Presently, there's a program, an ongoing program, where all the roads within 1 kilometer from an urban center, they're being expanded to allow for the wider shoulders, so that, because you find that as you near the urban center, the non-motorized traffic increases. So it helps to separate the traffic and increases the efficiency. In terms of light rail, I think we are still very far off. BRT, I'm not sure what happened, so neither here nor there.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Ukom. And my next question Oh, this is a hot one. This one is for Grace. What do you feel about how far we've taken the conference?
All right, that's an amazing question. Because I have seen a lot of growth, I would say. I think a little history about the conference is we didn't have this venue. We actually had to literally fight for it because they were requesting that we pay for the venue, and we're like, we're students, we don't have the money to pay for this venue. So yeah, it was quite a push and pull, but finally we got it. And you can see now we're on the 6th conference, so that's some good progress. I believe there's people also who presented projects in this conference have gone really far. I think you're one of them. I hope you still went on with your project. Did you? I hope so. Yeah, I'll ask him on the side, but yeah. So there's those people who actually, you present a project and then you keep going. And also I think Professor Keynote was here. She mentioned about protecting your innovation. So those are some of the things that have really helped the conference. Yeah, but I would say this is to the organizers. I feel like sometimes we may be so much into the organizing and using a lot of our time making this happen, getting the funds and all of that. And you end up forgetting yourself. You end up forgetting that you're supposed to grow yourself as well in the process. I think that's one of the things that I may have sort of fallen short myself, because I was here welcoming guests, you're organizing, you're spending late nights writing letters, proposals. So at the moment you may forget to listen and to listen to what's happening. So it's really important that you just take your time, learn something, just get something different, and you can say that it's because of that conference that this happened. I remember in the second conference, there was someone who had someone giving a speech here, and they said they have an opportunity to go, I think it was China, like a scholarship. And somehow, I don't know how the audience missed that, except for one person. So that one person went and followed up and actually got the scholarship. We also had, during the third conference, we had the ambassador of Israel was one of our guests. And he mentioned also more scholarships to go to Israel. And people followed up and they actually went to Israel which was a product of this conference. So there's a lot that you get from here. You just network, get you to build your ideas. As I mentioned, I'm in the social impact space, and what happens, so what my company is called 60 Decibels. So if you can realize, you can notice that there's so many NGOs, so many organizations, companies all across the world. Maybe I can give an example here in Kenya. For example, you can find, we have an NGO that works in Turkana, for example, and they are doing their work, their projects. But what we do as a company is we actually measure the impact. So we go back to that, to Turkana, or we go back to maybe they're doing a project in Nyeri, whichever place, and we ask the people there, do you feel like this project actually has impact? So you find that sometimes the community will be like, actually, no, I feel like we're worse than we started. They've not really considered our needs. You will find other people will say that, yes, it has helped, but I think they need to increase funding for this and remove funding from here. And it actually helps the organization to restructure their strategies. So as much as I studied electrical engineering, I've also found a space in the social impact space. So as much as we say civil engineer, mechanical engineer, in this conference, you also get to broaden your mind to opportunities, different opportunities out there. You might find yourself, you may not necessarily end up being with the title of engineer, electrical engineer, I don't know who, and there's so many opportunities out there. So I would say use this conference to find opportunities that you can get out there. You might find yourself as maybe a policymaker. I think that was one of the things that came up. You might find yourself as an intellectual property lawyer, maybe just because you have the technical aspect, but you also wanted to be a lawyer at some point, so you can mix the both of them. So it's just to open your mind. So yes, so just be open-minded about what opportunities are out there, and I would say don't be so narrow on what you can do. You will see as you apply for jobs when you go out there that they will have so many different titles, so many different, and I know it's a bit different from what the topic is, allow me. So it's basically you will find different titles out there. I may sound like, some of us may sound like, yes, we're an engineer, you have made it in life, but we still have a lot of progress to do. So as you're in this conference, yes, you'll be inspired to be like that person, but also carve out your own path. Make sure that you find your interest and try to follow it. And you don't have to be like someone else. You can also be an engineer, doctor, lawyer, someone, or just, yeah, always find a space for yourself where you can continue to make impact. Thank you.
Wow, Grace, you read my mind. You've answered my second question for you as well. How intuitive. All right, at this point, I'd like to get reactions from the audience. Any reactions? Hopefully, I have someone who's ready to hand out the mic. Yes, there's a reaction over there. Can we get a mic to him? Okay. Have I spotted anyone else so that we can be ready? My high school students, anything for us? A parting shot? Have I seen a hand? All right. Yeah.
Hello. My name is Simon Jr. I'm a fourth-year student of systems engineering. And my question goes to Engineer Ken. You talked about the need for engineers to have a seat at the table of policy making. But as we can see, the path to being a policymaker is not as clear. The people that are in government right now, most of them, you can see they started from MCAs, MPs, then maybe senators, and that's the path that we know. But for us engineers, is there a clear path that we can say this is what you can do to have a seat at the table? Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. So I had mentioned that you can influence policy in different levels. At the level at which we are currently, the Constitution also enhances. You have free speech. You have your rights as a person in a stakeholder forum. For instance, when you're having EIAs or ESIAs, the impact assessment tests, you're usually called upon to give your views. That forms policy. You don't have to have a title as an MP or a senator or something. You can still impact policy in whatever level you're in. Even as you continue in your profession, you'll come across bodies which will be asking for your input in things, and that's what I was mentioning. Sometimes before a bill becomes an act of parliament, they usually float it out to the members of public to actually have an input on. You can have, I remember the inputs on standards by KEBS. They asked us about Eurocodes. So now you have to have your eyes on the ground. How do you do this? I usually say 90% of where you're going is where you start and showing up. So if you want to take a flight, you need to show up at the station. Otherwise, you will not get that flight. You're not bored. Come on, and in a railways, it will leave you. So you have to be there. And by all of you being here, both virtually and physically, you have started a journey. Now, picking it up from here is about networking. You need to be in forums. You need to be in bodies which speak to you as a professional. So you need to join IK or ASEC or EBK or even online. Now you can do so much. You don't have to be a member of the Kenyan one. Okay, you have to, for you by law to be an engineer, but you can have views by going into other networks. You have professions like IEEE, you can go to YouTube, you can go to Snapchat, you can go to Twitter. You have all this Instagram, you have all this information out there, Google. You can get so much information about what is going on around other countries, and joining forums of like-minded professionals that will be to enable you to actually hear if there's policy coming, because maybe you might not be aware of anything, of everything. But then once you're in these spaces, if anything comes up, even if in AK, Association of Architectural Architects in Kenya, or ACMK of Construction Managers Kenya, you have your eyes or you have networks there. You can easily contribute when called upon. So change starts with us. I am the smallest unit of change. So if I need to impact something, I need to be aware of that something. I need to make that step towards it by joining these various forums. When you are here and ESA, that is already something. Sometimes we invite ESA for so many things. And not only in UN, even JQuat, even MOI, we have all these people we invite to impact, either back in high schools or even sometimes Parliament asks people to join. So you can go sit up there and just follow proceedings. So just join a forum. It will not hurt you in any way to just be part of something, a positive change.
Mr. Moderator, I have a comment towards that, if you will allow me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jack Matara from the agency. I am Deputy Director, Space Research and Innovation. So I've been listening to the conversation and I like what is coming out, especially from our first speaker, Madam, say that, engineers solve problems. And once you see that problem, then you start inventing to solve it. That is the first place to start. And that is where also policy comes in. And for engineers to be at the seat of policy making, which happens, right now we are doing the space bill and the space policy, and we are looking for people to come and contribute. So, and what happens, the first stage is identifying that gap, the problem, and then doing your research to come up with those solutions and putting things together before you get to MPs and CSs. What they do is ratify. They don't make policy. Policy is made by the people inside here from the grassroots. You do your research, you do your gap, and that is all. And then something else that also came out is like, what you need, especially to thrive, how to be futuristic when it comes to engineering solutions and even policy making. Just get a grasp of the interplay also between politics and geography, or what we call geopolitics. What happens in the world. You need to do foreign policy analysis and also analysis of our own policy so that you can be able to get a grasp of where do we belong and who are making these decisions so that you can be able to do that. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that as well, Deputy Director John Matara. I appreciate that. This is an interesting one. Audience, I'd like to recognize the presence of former ESA Chair, Jeff. Jeff wants to talk to us.
Good morning, everyone. So happy to see you all, and thank you for the opportunity. So yeah, I had Grace talk about how far we've come, and it's quite sentimental because when we had the first ISEC, I remember the night before, around 9 p.m., we still didn't have a venue. Remember, we've advertised that we'll be meeting in this auditorium throughout the month, and just so close to the day, because we hadn't showcased that we had the capacity to deliver such an event of such magnitude, the administration was a bit skeptical. We might embarrass them, give them a hall, and only 2 people, 3 people show up. So we had to fight so hard, and I'm just so happy that you're carrying it out. You continue that vision and you're impacting more lives. When we came up with this idea, we noticed that the world was changing so fast that it is not enough to just have technical skills, to just be an engineering student from the University of Nairobi. It is not enough to, have that first class and pass your exams. It's not enough. There are many other universities that are offering engineering, and it is very competitive. So you have to have an edge. You have to have something extra. And in addition to your analytical and critical thinking skills as an engineer, which most of us have talked about, problem solving, the aspect of soft skills, being able to network, communicate, stand and present a project, organize your thoughts properly, convince sponsors, convince judges, and also just network. I see all these logos, and if I were you, I'd make sure I know somebody from all the companies that have come. I have somebody from Kenha, I know somebody from Kenha, I know somebody from IK, ASEC, all the companies that have come, because your network is your net worth. Personally, I got my first job from the first ISEC. I met the HR manager, we were sitting with the panel just the way you are today. And after we left the panel, I gave them my CV. And that's how, right after campus with no experience, I got my first salary was a 6-figure. So I was not the smartest in my class. There are people in my class who are still struggling to get a job, and they are smarter than me, or they've gotten jobs that they're not so happy about. But if you are proactive and you're putting yourself out there, you're pitching, you're polishing that soft skill, and it's easy to impress somebody after you have interacted with them on one-on-one than on paper. I can be so good on paper, but if I'm not so good with, those soft skills, I don't know how to communicate. I don't have the courage to express. I don't have the courage to follow up. I used to send them good morning texts and, holiday wishes. Those soft skills are what are able to make the difference right now. In addition to the analytical and critical thinking part, where now we have a platform where we can showcase innovation, we can get funding. I believe that those who are going to win a couple of awards, and that inspires all of us to go back and identify problems. Problems are all over. And as we've been informed, let's be open-minded. It doesn't have to just be a mechanical problem or a civil engineering problem or a geospatial problem. It can be a societal problem, because as engineers, you're taught to be analytical, you're taught to be critical, and use that skill, merge it with the soft skill, and it will take you places. So I'm happy. I challenge each one of you to take advantage of these platforms. Expand your network, put yourself out there, get inspired, get that funding, and let's meet outside there. Thank you so much.
Over to you, moderator.
All right. I'm being warned that I'm very much pressed for time, so I will leave my final reaction for the audience joining us via Zoom. Perhaps my gentleman from sound can see if there are any comments left on the chat space.
I believe we don't have any as of now.
All right. Well, that said, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, my fellow panelists. Thank you for appearing. Thank you, Mr. John, for joining us via Zoom. And we are at the end of the interrogation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Round of applause for the panelists. But before you leave, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite on stage a team of wonderful individuals, and also Jeff, to hand over gift hampers to my panelists. I will start with Jeff. Jeff, you should be on stage. Jeff Changamuka. Jeff, you're the eldest here. A round of applause for Jeff as he goes on stage. Engineers, before you go, the gift hampers are yours. Ama mnaniachia niingie mitini nazo. I'll have the first one presented by Jeff to Grace Kanyi. Shall we accord her a clap as she receives this? Thank you so much, Grace, for being here with us. The second one will be handed by Linda to Engineer Valentino Okong. I believe I've gotten that right. Asante sana, engineer, for being with us here for the 2 days, for your patience, for your insight. You are here during the speed date yesterday. Umetukubalia panel. Asante sana na Mungu akubariki. Finally, Lynn. Second, finally, to our final panelist, Asante sana, the one who was joining us virtually. I think we will have a virtual presentation of a gift hamper. I believe that's an M-Pesa. We will work on that. Asante sana, engineer. We do appreciate your insights. God bless you. Finally, I invite on stage our final gift hamper from Debbie to the moderator. Boy child, usione kama umeonewa. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri. And as that goes on, may I invite on stage our entertainers. Ian and your team, kindly take the stage. Our entertainers, Ian and your team. Asante sana moderator, and may God bless you. Ian, when you're ready. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Are you done? Okay.
Wow, wow, wow. Let's clap for them, please. Okay. So our next session of the conference is the workshop. And we're excited about that because we have the Huawei team with us, from the Huawei Academy. And we have Alan and we have a team from Huawei, Alan and his friend. Her friend, actually, I'm forgetting the name, but I'm sure you all have seen Huawei emails on your school handle. Have you? Yeah. So yeah. Let's give them a round of applause even as they come on stage. Yeah. Karibuni sana. Hey, makofi zingine jamani. Yes. Okay, thank you. Karibu.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Oh, it's afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. I am Alan, and I'm here with Mary. We are here to represent the Huawei, and Mary here will tell you all about the Huawei ICT Academy, and I'm glad to be part of this. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary June Munyao. I'm from the Department of Computing and Informatics, a fourth-year student. But today I stand here to represent Huawei. They were able to do that, and as part of the Huawei ICT Academy at the University of Nairobi, I am representing them. So I'll give you a brief overview of what the Huawei ICT Academy at the University of Nairobi does. It's actually located in the main campus near the Jomo Kenyatta Memorial Library. So, well, I'll start by explaining a few things about Huawei, and I'd like to say that Huawei is a leading global provider of the ICT infrastructure and smart devices. Maybe some of you have used Huawei, although you might not be aware of it. It's currently providing and supporting Safaricom's M-Pesa and many other organizations, but Safaricom in Kenya is one of the main partners they are partnering with. It focuses on smart devices. It also focuses on connectivity, computing, and cloud services. So if you've heard of Azure, Microsoft Azure, there's also Huawei cloud services that provide the very same services as Azure. Of course, the infrastructure is different, but for that, you will get to know about how you can get to learn and access the cloud services and the other things that go around in it. So about the development of this, I've already mentioned about it being involved in Safaricom's M-Pesa infrastructure, but there's also, they are involved in Konza City. They provide the infrastructure there. And well, yeah, majorly, those are the major projects, and of course, many others that you might have heard of. And yeah. So now, after talking a few about the Huawei itself, I'm going now down to Huawei ICT Academy and its role. So what happens is that Huawei as a company tries to reach out to students in different colleges and universities by forming Huawei ICT Academies. At UNA, as I said, the Huawei ICT Academy is located at the main campus. And what is the role of Huawei ICT Academy and connecting the students to Huawei through training? So they'll take you through various different trainings. And after you are trained, you sit an examination. This exam, after you pass the examination, you get certified. This certification is recognized global-wise. There are certifications across different areas. There's the Datacom, there's security, there's ICT infrastructure certification, which includes the Datacom, which previously was known as routing and switching. There's also the security, WLAN storage, and the one for those four are the ones that they can assure you that will be needed in the Kenyan markets. Later on in the year, they hold job fairs, at least within the university, where they call their partners, and those who have attained Huawei certification can come and get to present themselves and their CVs to these partners, and you end up probably getting a job opportunity from it. So from the others, you also do intelligent computing transmission, LTE, SDN, data center access, and 5G. For the platform and service certification, we have big data, cloud computing, AI, IoT, enterprise communication, and cloud service. Then for the ICT virtual certification, there is finance and public safety. So currently at the University of Nairobi Huawei ICT Academy, the training that is currently available is only for Datacom and security. However, that does not stop you from doing any of these other certifications, because you can do self-study on their platform. So for you to sign up, you can go to Huawei iTalent on Google, and there you'll find the various courses you can sign up for. And you need to associate yourself with the University of Nairobi Huawei ICT Academy, after which you will be enrolled to the classes that you need. Currently, we are able to attain a cohort of about 50 students for AI, big data, clouding, and IoT. Then we can form a class for that. You'll do self-study, and you'll be given a free voucher, so free examination voucher. So you won't pay for even a cent to get yourself certified for that. There are different levels of certification. You start with HCIA, which is the associate level. After you're done with that, you can decide to move on to the professional level and later on to the expert level. Depends with your commitment on that. So as you can see, there are various programs. I've talked about the ICT Academy itself, and then there's also about training the trainer. For you to become a trainer, you need to have certification, at least have attained a professional certification. Then there's the Huawei ICT competition. For that, I'd like to share with you a video from people who have previously participated, so that you can gain testimonials from it. And well, today actually, there is an ongoing ICT competition, either at the regional or the global level. So yeah.
global final, and I was inspired to participate.
Huawei ICT competition has been launched in over 70 countries worldwide, with over 80,000 contestants from more than 1,600 universities and colleges.
I learned about the Huawei ICT competition from our previous competitor who got to the global final, and I was inspired to participate as I saw this would be a great opportunity to learn and also to grow career-wise.
I was really excited when I got the news that I would be representing my country in the region, because that is a great opportunity and pleasure to be able to represent my country in the region and to showcase the skill that is held within our country.
15 finalists were selected to represent Kenya at the regional finals taking place in Nairobi to compete with counterparts from across the continent.
I've witnessed and learned a lot of things because I've seen most of our students from different universities coming together and learning several concepts about ICT related field.
Really, Huawei has brought us together, working with other teams from other universities so that we can represent Kenya together, and it has been an exciting experience.
Huawei! Team Kenya! What do you want? To win! What do you want? To win! Go, Team Kenya! Team Kenya!
My biggest lesson has been to believe in myself, because it's been a bit tough, and also I think I've also learned that I can learn quickly, and also teamwork. Teamwork has been a big part of this, because I do not think I'd be at this level without teamwork.
Go Team Kenya!
Well, so that has been, at least by then, there's one of, he has now graduated. We have somebody from the Department of Computing who got involved in the network track. So in the competition, there are different tracks. There's the innovation track, cloud track, and the network track. So for the network and cloud, you actually sit examinations, but for the innovation tracks, you use Huawei technologies to solve different problems. And he managed to get to the global finals. And well, this year, if you'd like to join, there will come a time when it will be announced, but currently what is going on is the train will start from June, is the training, so that you are well prepared and well versed with the questions or the technologies you'll need to participate in the competition. Okay, for the ICT job fair, as I said earlier, it happens. And then for the campus ambassador program, which now I am the Huawei campus ambassador president, it's a structure where you work with only two main campus ambassadors, the president and the vice. Then they select students who support them in organizing their program, which Alan here is my co-ambassador, and then he got selected with the help of my deputy, who was not also able to make here. And yeah, coming up is, I've talked about the tracks of the Huawei ICT Academy and the network and the cloud track. And then mostly it runs from about June or September. This is where you do the registration and self-study or the training I was talking about. Then in October, they're about to do the exams, the preliminary exams, and then the nationals, the regionals, and then finally the globals. And there's a criteria for how that is marked. But as the time comes for the competition and gets to this point, then this will be explained in further details. Their prize is to be won after the competition. There's the internship offer. There's a laptop, there are smartphones, like smartwatches, trophies. So yeah. And then there's the Huawei HMTP program. This is a Huawei management training program. So if you are in your current fourth year, or you know someone who graduated last year, September or December, they're more than welcome to apply for the HMTP program. There's an event that is being organized currently. Either it will take place in main campus or Chiromo campus. That is to be communicated, and the date will be communicated. It is a 1-year training program, and well, it is intense, but it is worth it. What happens at the end of it, you are either absorbed into Huawei or given to their partners. And again, Safaricom is one of the partners to whom you can be exploited to. And more information about this. For you to qualify to get into this program, you have to sit an examination and pass it. So yeah, you still need to have some basis and understanding of the technology. Yes, thank you. If you have any questions, please go ahead. And again, the Huawei ICT Academy at UN is open and welcome to have you on board so that you can also benefit from it. I understand that most students from the engineering department have no idea that it exists, and it will be really, really good to have you guys on board because you are also the target audience. Any questions?
Any questions, please? This side, this side. Any questions? Okay. So I guess we don't have any questions. Thank you, Mary and Alan. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Yeah, so our next session involves Davis and Shatliff, who are the leading water solutions company in Kenya. And with us today, we have an engineer from Davis and Shatliff. His name is Engineer Jekonia Anyama, and he'll be doing a presentation on like the services they offer at Davis and Shatliff, the new technologies they have, and yeah, what you need to know to get to Davis and Shatliff, because I'm sure we all want to go to Davis. I mean, the salaries. Yeah. Okay. Let's welcome our engineer on stage, please. A round of applause. Karibu sana, engineer. Okay.
Okay, so afternoon, everyone. My name is Jekonia Anyama. The way it has been mentioned to you from Davis and Shatliff, an engineer at Davis and Shatliff. So I guess most of us could be aware of Davis and Shatliff, who we are and what we do. I hope I'm audible. Sometimes, sometimes when you talk to people, you might think everybody is hearing you, yet nobody. So in case I'm not, you just let me know. So basically, Davis and Shatliff is a water and energy company. We are the leading water and energy solutions provider in East and Central Africa. And in a quick view, if you look at what we have, there are a number of segments that we handle. We have water pumps, we have borehole services, we have swimming pools, we have water treatment, solar, generators, irrigation, and of course, we have other digital segments where we do BMS, we do automation, it's a whole range. It's a lot of solutions that come from Davis and Shatliff. So basically, our aim is to improve lives through giving solutions in water and energy. I think it's good to indicate I'm an engineer there. I've taken some years in the company, not so many, but also could be many on the other side. Now, we have the values that we work with. So some of the values that guide us as a company, because this is a company that has been there for 76 years since the time it began. I was outside there. We have a booth outside, and somebody asked me that, is this an international company? Is the owner in, maybe does it originate from Europe or, no, this is a Kenyan company, which has been in place for the last 76 years. And what has guided us for all that period are three principles. One is quality. We are so much attached to the quality of solutions and products that we offer to our clients and even to the world. The other thing is integrity. At Davis and Shatliff, integrity is a key thing. Integrity means when you're doing a design, then your design must meet what the solution that is required. So you don't have any shortcuts. Engineering designs, there are people who do shortcuts. When you get into the field, you learn a lot of things. But now we have to have integrity as Davis and Shatliff. Also, when we deal with clients a lot, because we also sell to clients products. Right? So that aspect of integrity it has to be there in a big way. Then the last one, which is alteropeto. This is a Latin word, which simply means I aim at higher things. So every time I want to make improvements in people's lives, I want to make improvements in my life, I want to make improvements in solutions, I want to improve my technology. And that's basically what, as Davis and Shatliff, we are trying to do. Those are the three guiding principles that we have. Then you can just see our head office is in industrial area, just next to Kant General. But at the moment, we have so many offices and branches, which I'll come to let you know about. As I've said, we have 75 years, of course, going to the 76th year, and our lines are as the ones I've mentioned. So I'll not take on that for so long. The photo you see there is just our head office and some of the staff which we have in the head office. At the moment, you realize that we have a large global network. And sorry, I'm just trying to hide something from my screen. So we have a large global network, and currently we are only in Africa, but with our presence in 11 countries, which you can see: South Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, DRC, Congo, Rwanda, and Ghana. So Davis and Shatliff has branches and offices in all those countries. That is in Africa, yeah? West Africa and East and Central Africa. Now in Kenya itself, at the moment, here it's indicated that we have 70 branches, but in Kenya we have 85, I think as I speak, there are 85 branches. Now, the reason why somebody might ask that, why are you doing so many branches? The only reason is that we are trying to bring our solutions closer to the people, so that you don't have to come all the way from Busia to Nairobi to find a solution. No, the solution is just there with you in Busia. And in all those branches, we have our engineers. Actually, the main core of Davis and Shatliff is being an engineering company. The 80% of the staff are engineers, but also not said, we could be having accountants within the house, supply chain specialists. So we have all that. Apart from our presence, we also, the global network continues growing, and it will continue, just as we've seen. If you go to Tatu City, you'll see a very big building. You might realize some people confuse it for our head office, but that is just our warehouse and distribution center. So all the products that go to all our branches within Africa everything is handled from our Tatu head office. Just in case you want me to do a slide back, I will do that. You can just raise your hand. If you have a question within, I think brief, maybe you can do it at the end. Okay, so apart from our wide network, of which if you go to even most of the towns in Kenya, you'll find Davis and Shatliff. So it's our way of reaching, giving solutions closer to the people. What do we do? And then there is something called day leaf. So there are people tend to start confusing day leaf and Davis and Shutleaf. So Davis and Shutleaf is a company, the company is called Davis and Shutleaf. We have different solutions. We have different products from different manufacturers. Of those manufacturers, we have a line called Dayleaf. Dayleaf is our own manufactured solution and product. So if you meet any product somewhere written Dayleaf, it's basically a Davis and Shutleaf own manufactured product. If you go to our head office, we have a big assembling plant, which is running. We do design for all our solutions and products, in-house design fully. So all that we do as a lot of assembly work. And we are, even as we continue, we are in the process of coming up with a big center of excellence, engineering center of excellence at Tatu City. And this might be up and running in the next two years, if I'm not wrong. So Dayleaf, as I've said, is our own brand. Now, out of the other brands, apart from the Dayleaf, which is our own brands, we have Grundfos. Grundfos is a German manufacturer of pumps. Some people confuse Grundfos for Dayleaf, but Grundfos is a manufacturer which supplies Dayleaf. We have Pedrolo, is also a manufacturer which supplies pumps to Dayleaf. Dab is also a manufacturer. Satikin also supplies a lot of swimming pool equipment to Dayleaf. We have Yingli that does solar modules, the inverters, solar controllers, basically. We have Purita, which does chemicals. You realize that you might confuse Davis and Shutleaf for being a pump company, but we are a solar, we are an energy and water and energy company. So the whole range of water, anything water, including wastewater, anything in energy, be it solar power, be it generators, we do all that. Now, if you look at what I'm talking about is the business, the segments that we have, and they are all displayed. So we have multidiscipline engineering disciplines. So somebody might ask that, yeah, I'm an engineer, I'm a civil engineer. Do I have a chance to work at Davis and Shutleaf? Yes, you do. I'm an electrical engineer. Yes, you do. I'm a water engineer. I'm a biosystems, because I know here you have biosystems engineer. We have so many guys from UN who did biosystems, and they are there with us, because we also have, we do irrigation as one of our segments at the moment. So all engineers basically have a room at Davis and Shutleaf to work with us. Then just looking at our segments in brief, for the water pumps, we have all ranges. They are all available, from the smallest domestic to the largest which you can find, the largest basically. I'm proud to say that this building is, the water supply in this building is by Davis and Shutleaf pumps. If you go to the basement, and I'm happy to say that I personally worked on that project for the controls bit of it. So basement, if you go there, the water pumps are from Davis and Shutleaf. The fire system, the fire pumping system is from us. So water pumps is one area which we do. The other area that we do is, under water pumps, we have different domestic, we have circulation pumps. I think when you do fluid mechanics, then there are some calculations which you might ask yourself why you are doing them. But when you get into the field of practice, then you start understanding that, okay, why were we talking about fluid mechanics? Why were we talking about pipe design, frictional losses calculations? If we have like third years, fourth years around, I think you've done all this. So when you do all that, then when you come to the field, you realize that they are all applicable. So we have all these different pumps, and we have to do their calculations very differently. If you talk of a circulator pump, you talk of booster pump, you talk of drainage, there is a way you need to do the calculation, including hand pumps, which I think is being swept away by technology, but it's still there. If you look at our solar segments, so under solar, we have what we call solar PV, which is basically power. We have solar water heating. We have also solar pumping. So under solar, there are different lines. For electrical engineers in the house, when you get out and let's say that you go into consulting, then a lot of work that you will be doing is for solar PV design. You want to power this building using solar. What should you consider? Remember, there are a lot of laws that are done in, I'm trying to remember some for electrical engineers. There are a lot of calculations and laws that we have, but we put them into use when we go to the field and start having the exact applications. So also for water heating, we do the same. If you find some solar water heater on top of a roof, there is a calculation behind that. Basically, you look at the number of people who are going to use it, the temperatures that you require, the controls that you require. So all our solutions, you find that one solution will take the input of all engineering disciplines, basically. Then we have other solar equipment. I've talked about that. I would not want to take more time, but we have modules, we do inverters, we do water heating. Actually, if you go outside there, we have a booth. There is a booth outside there. We have those inverters, and you can just, once maybe during lunch break, you can get out, interact with them, ask some questions on how they work. Why, you see, you talk about inverter in I don't know which unit talks about inverters, but I know it's some unit in electrical engineering. Now, if you get outside there, you'll see the actual inverter, and you can look even at the internal components. Then we have boreholes. This has been there for a long time. I'm sure many of you know us for this. We don't drill the boreholes, but we keep, once the borehole is drilled, there is something called driller's report. Maybe the water engineers, if at all they are around, they could be having information about that. So we get the report, we interpret the report, then we specify the equipment and install. So that's basically what we do for the borehole pump. Remember, the deepest borehole we've done, and it's in Nairobi, has gone to about 450 meters. You can imagine 450 meters underground. It's too far. But that's what happens so that you get water within your house. Then we have irrigation. This is about 4 years old now. It's more of a new baby, biosystems guys. This, we do the design complete, from design, complete implementation. I would not want to talk because I know for UN, we've done a lot of irrigation works. I don't want to mention where, but that is there. Then we also have the different irrigation equipment, including the controllers. It's interesting to know that how technology moves. When we talk about technology, you know, long in the past, you could do irrigation, and whenever there is drought, you could only go there, start your system, let it run, then stop. Then when it rains, still you were supposed to go there, start it or stop. But right now, some of the technologies we have include moisture sensor or rain sensor. So basically, for our irrigation systems, whenever it rains, the system will not start. When there is no rain, we give a timer for it so that it can start from a given time to a given time. If the rain starts, then it will stop. So such a technologies which are there in place, and there are some, I'm sure, these are some of the projects that were thought of by maybe the fourth year projects students that they were doing their projects, but they are now right in place, and we have them in our places where we live. We have swimming pools, which I think is more traditional. Whichever swimming pool you have and you're working in, there is a lot of calculation and design work put behind that. It's not just doing the excavation and putting tiles, no. For a swimming pool, you have to think about things like, am I doing a commercial pool? Am I doing a domestic pool? If you do a commercial pool, there's something we call turnover period. After how long should you exchange the water? Should you circulate the water within the pool? So all that calculation should be put in place. You see, lighting is done within the swimming pools. Inside water, there are those pool lights. You should ask yourself a question, okay, how? We have these lights inside the water. It's electrical equipment, it's inside water. How? What happens? So all that information, these are some things that we have, and we keep making improvements on them as days go. Those are just some of the equipment: cleaning equipment, heating equipment, pumping equipment for swimming pools. We do spa and sauna, steam room, all that. And these things are designed. So for everything, there is a design aspect behind it before it comes to implementation. Just to closer to the end, we have water treatment. For water engineers, it's very important also to note that whichever water you take in your house today, it might be clear, but it's not clean. So what is clean water? What is potable water? There is that water which is recommended by World Health Organizations for you to take. So we are able to make that water, or whichever water you have, to a level that is consumable. We have these units outside there in the tents, in the display. So during your time, again, you can pass by, ask some questions, know what the procedures are laid down for any water treatment plant, including wastewater. Then we have, we have the generators, power generators. Basically, when you want to do power generator for this building, what should you take into consideration? Because we have to design that. We are not just, in fact, the truth is we don't wait for clients to come and tell us that I want a 50 kVA or 100 or 300 kVA generators. No, we'll come, look at your building, know what you have, the loads that you have. Then from that, you do for your design, and we actually install after the design. Remember, when you are doing things like power generators, there are calculations which are involved for doing power cable, the transfer cables. If you do a wrong cable size, that cable will melt. So what do you put into consideration when you're sizing for your cables? And if you're a fifth year, you are going to meet these things in the field very, very soon. It's good you start doing them as early as now. Apart from the generators, we also have the other unit, which we call the digital platforms. So if you look at what is displayed there, there are some apps which with your smartphone you can download even as we speak, and you will access a lot of information on Davis and Shartley. There is an app we called D&S Flow. So the D&S Flow, you just write in, be it Play Store or the one for iPhone, you just write D&S Flow, the way it's indicated there. And with that, if you just write that, then you will be able to get the app download. It has sizing tools. So for example, we've made things simpler. And these are not things done by people from anywhere. They are done by our own engineers. So we just make life simpler so that when you want to calculate for your cables, you want to size for your pumps, you just go to the app, put the information, and you get it. You can download it as we speak, and you will see the results of what I'm talking about. So within the D&S Flow, we have the pump calc, we have the pool tool, which can guide you in how you need to put chemicals for cleaning your pool or even sizing your swimming pool. We have the Go app, which is more of an internal platform, so that you might not really use as of now. We have Solar Calc. Basically, if you want to power your borehole pump using solar, we've created an app for you to do the calculation. Then we have another one called iDaily. Now, iDaily is basically the IoT, is basically an IoT technology. So all our installed equipment are monitored by us and by our clients. So for example, if I install a water treatment plant for client X, I'm able to install our iDaily platform to check whether the treatment is working well, what is the output, what are the treatment levels, what are the parameters, the treated water parameter levels. So iDaily is basically to monitor all that. And this is all developed by Davis and Shartley engineers, not anybody else, including for your borehole. If your pump is running, we're able to see the pump is running, what current is it drawing, is there any motor winding issues? If we find that the resistance is getting higher and then the current is getting higher, then we are able to detect that there is a failure coming up. And all that information, you'll get it either through iDaily on your phone as a text or on a web-based system. And the client also has a right to do what? If you install the equipment for you, you have a right to have that platform and get all the information. This can work for as much as starting and stopping your pump. So in a wrong way, it can work to the disadvantage of clients. For example, if we install a unit for you, and this is on a light note, we install a unit for you and you fail to maybe make some payments, then just from our office, we are able to shut off that system, and we'll shut it off completely. That one you cannot reverse until we revise it ourselves. I'm just making that example to show what level of technology we have in place just to make the water and energy sector get better and better. We have manufacturing units where we do all our pumps assembly, where we do all our filters, where we do all our control units. All this is in-house. So maybe an engineer here might want to join Davis and Shartley, yet you say that the advertised position is for sales intern. Why do I go there as a sales engineer? I started as a sales engineer, but at Davis, you can move and do very many different things. And our sales engineers don't just sell, but we design solutions. So basically, that's what you will be doing in day-to-day life. Just to finalize, we also have the control and instrumentation setup or segment. And in this, we offer a lot of control solutions. Whatever you have in mind, including, at the moment, there is an aspect of BMS, there's an aspect of smart home. I know there are guys here who are very techy, and they can do the smart home solutions. You get into a house like this, and instead of going to the wall to put on the lights, you just have a screen somewhere. So from that screen, you are able to start on your lights. You're able to manage your curtains. You're able to roll or unroll your curtains. You're able to start your AC just from one central screen. So that's an aspect that is there in place, and it's being done. If a building like this is under BMS control, then you're able to check what are the utilities within the building. Are they working as required? If you want to check any parameter for a utility within this building, you are able to check that. So that is under our control and instrumentation unit. And I think I'm as good as close to the end. Basically, there are a lot of projects that we've done. These I'll just be showing you just some pictures. We do a lot of projects within the country and without. We do a lot of CSR activities. I think there's one that we've done also to UON, engineering faculty, and soon it will be launched and it will be there. You will be able to see it. But I think it's done and it's within UN. I don't want to talk about that. But apart from that, even for just helping the society, we do a lot of projects just for free. Of course, we value our people. We have professionals. We have over 1,000 qualified engineers within Davis and Sharpleaf, and we value our people. Somebody who was Laura, as she was making an introduction, she made a statement. Now, that statement she made is how big we value our people. That when you give the best solution, when you work hard for a company and the company comes back and say, thank you. How do you say thank you to your staff? Just pay the staff, yeah? So that's a bit of it. Yeah, and basically that's it. That's the whole presentation that I had for you. We keep on making changes and improving things day by day. As I said, our engineering center of excellence is coming up, and it will be open even for learning with the students like you. So you can come there, do the designs which are required anytime, but of course upon the regulations which are set in place. Now, somebody would ask that, I'm a fifth year, I want to join, how can I join Davis and Sharpleaf? Now, one, I said Davis and Sharpleaf is open to all engineering faculties, all. When you come there, we don't ask you for experience because we know you are from college. Where else were you supposed to get experience? Nowhere. So when you come, you join, then we basically train you. You join as an intern, you stay there, you do internship for 6 months. But for the 6 months, you are paid. It's not for free. You are paid and you are well paid. I'm not bragging about that, but that's the truth. So after the 6th month, you are absorbed as a staff. Permanent, that is permanent employment. You will work as long as you want. It's not contract. If you want to work, we have people who have worked there for 20 years, 30 years. I think right now the highest is about 30 years. But we also have people who have worked for 6, 7, 2 months. So we keep employing people every time because we expand a lot. So we have to bring in new engineers. How do you get there? You don't need to bring your documents. You don't need to know anybody. You just need to get there. Second class, we call it second upper. Yes, and you don't need to wait until your graduation. You just need to, after the 5th year, once your transcripts are out and you're able to prove that you can get to the second upper, then with the transcripts, you're able to apply. You will be called for an interview and you will be interviewed. You defend yourself, talk about the project you did in campus, talk about how you help people in the society, talk about your passion for technology, and you will be absorbed. Right now, as I speak, I think we have an opening for engineering interns. You can just go to the website, Davis and Sharpleaf, check there if you are a 5th year and you know you are going to do the second upper, apply, you will be called for an interview, and you will get the job because we also did the same and we got it. So thank you for listening. I don't know whether to ask if there's any question. If there is, I'll take and answer. If there isn't, it will be good.
I have a question. You've said you have internship for engineering students. Now anthropology.
Anthropology.
In short, are you basically just encapsulated within engineering faculty, or do you go beyond it? Do you take up economists? Do you take up scientists? Are you just locked on engineering?
Okay, perfect. So just to answer you, as Davis and Shatliff, we just don't employ engineers only. Yes, I said engineers make the biggest percentage of our staff because it's an engineering firm, but we also have accountants. We have an accredited lab. So we also have chemists. We also have supply chain team. We have a logistics team. It cuts all across. So if there is an opening, I think the main thing is to check. If you find the opening and it says that we want an engineering intern, apply as an engineer. If it says we want a supply chain intern, an accountant or an auditor, apply according to what is there. So we cut across a number of disciplines, but engineers are the most. Now, just before I continue, somebody might talk about internship and attachment. So if there is room for attachment, it's always advertised. If there is room for internship, it's always advertised. But internships are out of all that, there are a lot more chances for interns because that is our process of recruiting. So when you come for internship, don't say that you are coming to do for a period, then you come back to college to finish your maybe last year. No. When you apply for internship, you must have done the final year and you have the results. Then that will be the beginning of your employment journey.
Lupia, do we have questions from your side? Ama wewe mwenyewe uko na swali?
Sahi comrades wamejaa hata hakuna space, ni lunch time.
Kuna wengine hata wamesema marafiki zetu, we have seats there. Really beautiful ones. May I ask you to be really brief with your question?
Okay, my name is Masharia. I come from architecture school. And my question is, we currently have a project, I'm in my 5th year, a project to design a smart city in Konza. And you've talked about smart solutions. So my question is, how do you mitigate against cyber attacks on systems that you've kept these smart solutions? Because if you have if this whole building can be accessed with a computer, then I can compromise it, and that becomes a security risk. My second question is with regards to your power generation. Are there any innovations that you are putting in place to move away from fossil fuels, from diesel generators, from petrol generators? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let me call you Engineer Masharia. Yeah? Oh, sorry, Ak Masharia. Good. Good. So thank you, Ak Masharia. Now, one on your first question, how we deal with cyber attack issues. Now we have an in-house team of IT gurus. Remember, I didn't mention about that. We have a big team for IT within in-house. So we have a big team for IT gurus who take care of all that from our end. But remember, all this is done in conjunction with our engineers. So whenever any development is being done, we always have to do the security solutions for it, cyber security, and we also have to do the proto checks. We have to do the prototypes for such. Before we roll it out for any unit, we have to do proper proto checks. So that is one thing which is really checked highly within our institution. Number two, you talked about power generation. Now, remember, the world, in fact, the Western countries they don't accept fossil fuels. They call it dirty power at the moment. And that includes power generated from oil, burning oil, even in diesel generators, fuel, anything that will produce smoke, even using coal, burning coal. But remember, all these countries developed through using fossil fuels. Now, as Africa, we are called, are we called third world? Yeah, we are called third world. But remember, the first world country or the developed countries, they developed on these dirty fuels. Now, I don't encourage going the dirty fuel way. But what I'm trying to say is that as Davis and Shatliff, in as much as we still have the power generators, the diesel generators, we also have clean energy like solar solutions, solar PV. And I'm happy to say that in Kenya currently, there is a lot of solar PV solutions coming up every day, and we are part of that. So there are those clients or there are those places where backup generator is still needed. But also there are so many places where solar solution is what is needed. In fact, at the moment, there is a lot of, for solar, in solar line, solar PV, we do what is called grid connect. There's grid connect solutions. So instead of relying on generator full-time or KPLC, you realize that, for example, the whole of UN towers, you can have it dependent on solar power during the day when the sun is there. Then in the evening, when the sun is going out, then you now take back the grid power, KPLC power. We call it grid connect system. Or you can decide to run, I think Kenya, we've not got to that point where we can generate, it's called net metering, where we can generate excess power in solar and sell back to KPLC. So right now, whatever you generate, you just take it yourself. And that is something which we do. Generators, as a developing country or developing world, we cannot do away with them once, instantly. We shall have them phased out slowly. So for those who still need such solutions, we offer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our representative from Davis and Shatliff. We do appreciate a round of applause for that presentation. Thank you so much for your patience to my audience. Now we'll do a little exercise. Lupia, tafuta mtu mmoja mwenye amesimama umuulize nani alikuwa guest speaker.
Hiyo ndio ticket ya lunch.
Na usitafute fifth year, tafadhali. Fifth years are tired with the university. Tafuta mwingine. Na mali unaelekea, those are fifth years, I know them. Hey, tafuta mwingine.
Hata
nani alikuwa guest speaker. Linda, do we have a gift hamper for that? What do we have? Airtime? Ah, good. We have airtime. Nani alikuwa guest speaker? Hand up, hand up, hand up. Hey, Francis. Kwa ready? Tunauliza nani alikuwa guest speaker leo? And we have a hand up here, Lupia.
Yes.
Waambie bado lunch haijakuja.
Lunch bado.
Wacha kwenda kupanga line. Who was the guest speaker? Na ukikosea online imeenda.
Dr. Engineer John Mativo.
Ah, good. Mwacha kukaa mteja.
Now, I hope you are tweeting, guys.
Haya, what was today's theme? Give me a hand up. He was the first one. Lupia. Wapi hapo? Fourth row. What was today's theme? Miss Award, you don't have the present.
Today's theme was
Atukuoni.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian. I'm a fifth-year electrical student at the University of Nairobi. Today's theme was capturing a futuristic approach to the engineering. Today's theme was sculpturing a futuristic approach to the engineering world.
Who agrees? Who agrees? Hey, Bona. So you give these people copies of the program. Sculpturing.
Sculpting.
Sculpting. I believe that was the word. Sindo? Aya, mpe time. Mpe nusu.
Ni synonym.
Airtime has 16 digits. Sindio Lupia? So he makes out the other 8 as an engineer. Lupia, uko na swali?
Mimi niko na game hapa. I want to see how fast you are.
Which department?
I want to see. Kila mtu ako na simu yake.
Which department of speed? Which one are you testing? You know, there are various places where we can be fast.
How fast are you? Hii credit inaenda kwako kama you are very fast. Usha type. Umeanza 64 41 14 55 20 44 44 95. Nani ameweka?
Kuna mtu ameipata?
Mwenye ameipata na muongeza.
Wanasema uko na accent ya Kikisii. Hatuko na accent.
Uko na accent.
Wanasema uko na accent ya Kikisii.
Mwenye anaipata na muongeza.
Haya, yuko. Pande. Nisome na Kifaransa ama na Kizungu? Kiswahili, si ndio? Hamjui Kiswahili.
Hii ilienda.
Imeenda.
Hii imeenda.
Leta ingine. Unajua watu siku hizi hawajui Kiswahili. Leta ingine nisome na Kiswahili.
Mpe ingine. Mpe tu.
Haya,
amepata.
I know you guys are.
Kuwa ready.
Kuwa ready. Nasoma na Kiswahili. Tumeweka *141. Tumeweka. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. 0 2 8 9 3 8 3 7 2 7 0 2 6 0 8 2.
Hii imeenda. Unaenda wapi? Wewe shaenda. Nani amepata?
Sikoani.
Nani amepata?
Nani message? Let's text message. Atuambie ni how much.
Tuone ni ngapi?
Atuambie ni how much.
Tuone ni ngapi?
Nyie wengine naona mwana mrudishie.
Unapata.
Naona how much?
Unajua hii ni warm up. Hizo ni 50-50. Kuna ile we are playing to the major game.
Ama mwana mrudishie rupia. Ama waende warudishie school fees za Kiswahili tupige sherehe. Si ndio?
Tunacheza major game. Twende tena test run nyingine. Test run ya mwisho. Na hii side kwani hamko fast? You guys are not fast.
Who's fast?
Tuwape moja ya mwisho ndio practice your typing skills. Usihate credo ya 1000 juu ya ujui
Soma na lugha gani?
PC.
Mbaramba.
Si engineers wengi wa PC.
Soma na Kikisii.
Soma. Wacha twende side.
Soma na Kikisii. Tusome na Kifaransa, si ndio?
Twende side.
Wangapi wanaelewa Kifaransa? Sasa nyinyi majamaa tuongee ukweli. So today when we went to the CEO's office, he told us there is an engineering student who has gone to France. Did I get that right? Who has gone, and some are going to go more. Sasa mtaenda aje huko na mjui Kifaransa ndugu? Jifunze hata bonjour ko wewe ikikataa unasema kuradhi hata yako huko. Si ndio? Haya, tuanze.
Kizungu iko sawa.
Sasa kwanza uko wapi Lupia? Unaona wale wenye wamekuja lunch? Wape front seat hapa. Waheshimiwa. We clap for them. Waheshimiwa wameingia, wametoka bunge. Walikuwa session.
Wako wengi, wako
we can't have a session in there. Ushers. Na waomba tafadhali nikarudishieni wale waheshimiwa. Naona wabunge kutoka maeneo tofauti hapo. Kiswahili ama Kizungu?
Kizungu.
How many are for English? How many are for Swahili?
Kwa Kiswahili si wazuri.
I think Swahili have it. Haya. *141. *141 star. Ngoja. Uko na maji mahali Braville? Patia wewe mheshimiwa. Patia wewe. Are you ready?
Tuko ready.
*141 star. Ni gani nimesoma?
Anza mshemi.
04816850003408331 hash. Who got it?
Ayuku hii imeenda. Mtu nani amempata?
Nani ako nayo?
Mtu ako na simu 3. Pangu select simu 1 nishaenda. Pangu select simu 1 nishaenda.
Kwani ni mkono man?
Hii side usiona? Nashindwa.
Hand up. Umepata? Hebu kuja kwanza kidogo. Karibia. You must be very dangerous. Naomba tukaribie.
Aongezwe.
Hebu akuje tuongee kidogo.
Aongezwe.
Who else won airtime? There was someone. Come. Kuna mwingine. The first one.
Mwenye alishinda the first one alikuwa ile side.
Yuko wapi? Ako wapi?
Mwenye alishinda ya kwanza, I think ametoka.
Ako wapi? Nani alishinda airtime ya kwanza? Alikuwa amekaa hapa. Akaenda kujibamba. Come on stage.
So wakipanda stage, see we ask our fellow students.
Nisaidie mic. Nisaidie wote wawili wape mic.
So
kuja Lupia.
Mshemi.
Yeah.
Niko na gift za high schoolers.
Ndio. Kwanza nataka kupeana moja kwa. Unaona hawa yule nyako hapa? I have a question. Wapewe nini? Scarf ama kofia? Scarf. Aya, shika kofia. Aya, you engineering students. Which year? Third year? First year? Aya, I want you, unaona mahali kitu projector iko? Angalia huko. I have a question for you. Whoever will answer it first, wasaidie microphone. Face huko.
Kila mmoja apewe mic.
Kila mmoja apewe mic. Whoever will answer first. Sawa. Give a chance to win a scarf branded by Safaricom. It's really pretty. It's really warm. Are you ready?
Yes.
Angalieni huko. Who is the associate dean faculty of engineering?
Who's that?
Who is the associate dean faculty of engineering? Then. But nimeuliza student of engineering kaniambia first. Haya, hiyo round imeenda mmelemewa. Pick someone to represent. It's a your question. You hand up. Njoo. Changamka. Really simple questions. Ama hiyo ni ngumu?
Huyu ni dangerous. Umeita mtu dangerous kwa stage. Huyo ni mzuri. Nashindanga kila siku. Hii si fair.
Swali nitamuuliza wala yataitana. Ngoja uone. Are you ready?
Yes.
When was the first International Engineering Students Conference held?
2017.
Who said it first? When was the first Engineering Students Conference held? 2018. Imeenda. Mlizama napatanga zote. Speaneni mic hii imeenda. Mmekataa scarf. Poleni. Haya, people. I want one student from Maryville and one from Moi Girls. One from Maryville, one from Moi Girls. Tumeni mmoja mwenye mnamwaminia mbaya mbovu.
Najua uzuri saa hii hawezi toka.
Changamka
tunangoja lunch.
The scarf is still up for winning. Someone from Maryville, that's Moi Girls. Mary, a round of applause for them as they come on stage.
And if you are having projects by 1:45, please avail yourself pale karibu na media.
Have a seat.
Wasenye wana present projects, please 1:45 usikue late.
Niko na swali. Mko tayari? Which student organization is responsible for the conference? Ni student body gani inahediwa na umse na undo vice wake? Give me the full name. The first one. Whoever will go first.
Engineering Students Association.
Come. Hiyo ni yako. Hiyo imeenda kiongozi. Kuna kuanga hiyo. Niko noma huku. Unazubazubaa mambo yanachemka. We have one more cup. Yote uko na swali?
Okay, students ama students.
Need students. Tuanze na need students.
Nimeona Bethel mahali. Bethel yuko ako pale electrical. Anakuja hapa. Akopo. Kuja kiongozi kuja. Round of applause bwana. Amekuwa kifiata uliingia UN. Unajua, he once told me that other than ule jamaa kwa tax shop mamlaka B, huyo ndo mteso wa pili kukuja UN. So wewe clan yako na konsikia mbele. Story wewe credit hapo kipanda. Uko mzima credit ukipanda. Buko unapewa credit wewe bwana. Tunashukuru wise men. Kitu ni mbaya. Swali natoka kwa Braville. Ataweza kweli? Na muulize swali. Akifeli anaturudishia airtime. Si ndio? Sawa. No, hakuna cha bure. Ashaanza kugoogle. Na please. Ataenda kuweka kuja hapa. Haya, na akipata anaongezwa. Kuja. Na umuulize ukipata unaongezwa. Ukishinda unaturudishia. Microphone inakuwa always on. Bwana, swali ni lako. Swali yake ikuwe mzee. Ndio swali mzee. Unaanza ile katiba ingine independence ukikuja hizi. Wewe enzi za kina Kamlesh Patni hizo. Eleza swali. Ni mzee pia. Ama nimpe hesabu? Hapana, hesabu najua. Utapata? Hesabu najua. Hiyo niko nimeshaweka. Wapi? Leta message. Wapi? Kama hujaona mimi simama. Muulize swali. Ukipata unaongezwa. Ukifeli unarudisha. Haya, umesema nimuite Mteso? Ni Mteso wa kwanza kuja Nairobi. Acha nimuonyeshe mateso. For academic purposes. Mteso. Unakimbia. Unakuja unapita namba 2. Wewe ni namba ngapi?
Tunakuwa namba 2.
Na huyu jamaa wewe na nini uko mbele sababu anaanza jamaa anajua. Mpe tu. Apewe airtime. Nimuulize swali. Haya, wewe ni engineer, niko na swali kwako.
Kwani si nimepata?
Unajua amekataa. Unajua, you see, now if the exchequer refuses to give resources, you can't pull them.
Tutaandamana.
Sasa umejamba.
Umeniibia.
I have a question. Na unaweza ita ile mbodi yako ikusaidie. Sawa? Haya. Niko kwa duka. Wewe Bravin kama mwizi akuja. Niko na duka yangu. Aibe 100 shillings. Aboage. Akuje later in the evening. Anunua merchandise ya 70 shillings na ile 100 shillings. Nimrudishie change ya 30 bob. Nimeenda hasara ya pesa ngapi? Calculator. Leta calculator.
Umeenda
hasara ya how much?
Ati amekuja kanunua kitu ya shilingi ngapi?
Tulia. Here's the question. Mateso translator.
Umeenda hasara ya 170.
Then someone can translate it in peso. I own a shop. A thief comes to my shop, steals 100 shillings note. Tutulie, ama nikuulize pia swali ngumu. Nyamaza, ama nikuulize swali ngumu. Fanya hesabu. Acha nikuulize. Wewe you cannot fatten a bull in the market day. The bull is already in the slaughterhouse. Haya. Meow. 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 Haya. I own a shop. Mwizi amekuja akaiba noti ya 100 shillings. Akatoka akaenda akapiga lap akarudi. Akanunua merchandise ya 70 bob. Jua kana soka na nimechukua na 70 bob, nikamrudishia change ya 30 bob. Na amenunua na sio yangu. Na sio ya mine, but siko wewe juu aliiba akaenda nayo. Na sijui yeye ndio mwizi. Nimeenda hasara ya how much?
Siaso moja tu bado.
Wewe think so guys? Njoro kuja. Njoro ya Uber. Njoro. Yaani nimemuuzia merchandise yangu na pesa yangu. Nyinyi mnaona aje? Is he right? Is he right? Who thinks he's not right?
Mtoto high school andani siko right.
Patia. Bravo. Njoro. Una swali. Ako right ama ako wrong?
Ako right lakini
ako right. Zima mic.
Ngoja.
Kuja. Come. Wewe. Bravo. Mshehupia. Kuna mtu hapa anataka kupeana the correct answer. Yupi? Niko huku hapa. Akuje. Unyang'anya chini. Bebe ni hapa. Tunajua punda na ngamia. Farasi ni wangapi? Bebe.
Yes.
Unaona jamaa?
Gani?
Huyu jamaa alikuwa mangu.
Ni cool kid.
Wewe unaenda?
Ako wapi?
Wewe unasema ako right. Ako right. Swali yako itakam. Tulia. Lewis was first. Lewis. Kuja. Lewis jibu swali. Lewis. Do you think he's right? Shika.
Yes or no? I'm not saying that I'm right, but I also
Shanza kujitetea. Wako wrong.
So
wameuliza do you think?
He's wrong. Second year.
Second year, I'm correct.
Second year.
Unajua ni fifth year?
Me, I think the answer is 130.
Aya, kuja. Lewis. Lewis, panda on stage. Come. Anko, kuja. Huyu amesema unataka maji. Uprocess. Chukua. Hiyo hata imeenda. Aya, what do you think is the answer ka hapo? Simama hapo.
So Lewis, fourth year mechanical, huo jamaa ameenda negative 60 shillings. Sio 60
bob.
Hiyo ni uongo.
Wewe umesema sio. 60 imetokea wapi tena? Wewe ulifanya kuja. 60 imetokea wapi kuja? Haya sema. Enda pale. Unataka picha? How much? Enda ile side nyingine. Hapo. How much? Ameenda hasara how much?
Yeah, 200 shillings.
200. Na mnaescalate. Unaandamana kwa akili wewe. Haya, enda pale chukua microphone. Ni kosi gani? Ni kama ni civil. Nani? Uko shasi anthropology, wewe ni civil. Haya, mpatie microphone. Ameenda hasara how much?
170.
170. So we have 130. Sindio? 200, 170, 60 shillings. Na the voices. Wanaongeza. Umesema 100 shillings. Which one do you think it is? 100. Mkono juu. Tulieni hata nyariza nianze ile side. 130. 130. Hata ungekuwa unasema class rep ungekuwa ushashindwa. Minus 170 plus 100 minus 70 230. Hajafika hata wako under 10. 170.
Hii imeenda.
Umesema? Umesema umeenda hasara? 170. 60. 160 jamaa kwa peke yake. Sasa juu unajua Lupia wameogopa laana ya mzee. Unajua ni mzee. Ni wise man. Nipe kofia jamaa na mawazo mengi. Makofi kwa deti. Leta airtime. Airtime na wengine wenye wamejaribu. Usiongeze. Sasa shida. Ati? Ile huyu. Bado watu wanaanza. Chagua moja. Haya, chagua moja. Credo. Enda kwa microphone. Chagua moja. Sema. Credo ama lunch.
Credo.
Haya. Mama umechamka. Nyinyi mtapata credit kidogo. Watatafutiwa ka credit mahali kitu. Wasika mteja, watapewa merchandise. Haya. Na umeenda na zote tena Bethel. Aleta kofia. Ama enda nao funika mawazo. Bethel amepata credit ya blog. Sasa nataka kupiga luku. Lupia? Yes. Nataka kupiga luku. Kuna mwingine hapa inakaa shortcut. iko na hodi lakini inaitwa aje? Mwenye atajua venye hii nguo inaitwa. Inaitwa aje kwa Kizungu? Hizi inaitwa aje?
Make it better. Unapata hii nguo.
Inaitwa aje kwa Kizungu?
Unapata nguo na credit on top. Uliza Bethel amefurahia sana.
Bethel anafikiria zaidi. Haya, kama mjui Kizungu inaitwa aje kwa Kikisi? Kwani hakuna watoto wengine huku?
Kwetu ni mimi pekee nimekuja.
Haya, uliza swali. Uliza swali, mwenye atapata hii.
Wangapi wanataka hii? Inakuja na credit.
Inakuja na credit. Imeandikwa
inakuja na credit.
Ndio hiyo, hebu soma venye imeandikwa. Mpya, soma venye imeandikwa.
Imeandikwa grit yako, lebo yako.
Grit yako,
lebo yako.
Lebo yako.
Na swali yenyewe ni rahisi.
Swali ni nyepesi.
Nilikuwa naambia tuna build up. Tulikuwa tuna build up to the main game.
Haya, uliza swali. Uliza swali kwanza tupeane hii.
Niulize swali. Wenye mlio mkono. IBM inamaanisha nini in full?
Alikuwa kwanza yule. Akuja, unaweza kupiga ngeta. Sikumalizia kwa. Nimeona kina Bethel anapanda mrende pale. IBM in full. Changamka.
IBM. They are one of our sponsors.
IBM inaitwa aje?
International Business Machine.
International Business Machine. Akorita mama ameanguka. Chairman na John. Chairman. Imeenda.
Mna agree? But ni ukweli inamaanisha hiyo International Business Machine.
Ndio zawadi, shika.
Credit yake ya 1000. Sio mpige makofi. Haya, niliwaambia tulikuwa tuna build up.
Niko na yate hapa ya mbao. Niko na mbao. Haya, star 141.
Mko ready?
Star 141. Nani anioni? Star 141. Star. Watu wa Telcom, bando za shule hizi ile
watu wamezoea Telcom. Wacha niende huko nyuma tuone watu.
Watu kushinda 20 day. Ili ambao mwenye atapata wa kwanza. Nasoma na Kiswahili. Kuna mtu anaelewa Kiswahili? Kuna mtu anaelewa Kiswahili? Hand up, mtu anaelewa Kiswahili.
Bethel ushatosheka.
Haya, star 141. 3 2. Naanza sasa. Wewe. Confirm kama lunch iko tayari.
Ama fanyaje? Anzia nyuma.
Nianzie nyuma. Bas. Haya. 4 1 9 2 1 9 3 5 7 8 3 6 8 0 1 8 hash. Who got it?
Nani ameipata?
Who got it?
Nani ameipata?
Atuambie ni how much?
Nani ameipata?
Nani ameipata?
Has been used. Kila mtu anaambia nani ameipata? Nataka tuambie.
Kuja tuambie ni how much? How much?
Alafu tukuongeze.
Waambie wasikie. Unajua walisikia ni mbao wakafikiria ni mbao. Waambie ni how much?
1,000 bob.
Ukiambia participate. Wewe ulisikia ni mbao kawacha.
Leta nyingine ya 50 leta. Haya, niko na swali. Nani anataka kujibu? Hizi hata tusomi. Hizi tunakupea za venye ziko. Kuja, the one in black, the guy in black, you. Cheriot Njoo. A lady. Madam, kwani wewe na wewe umekuwa hapa sana wana. Kuna ile side huko. Wapi? Ako kuja. Njoo. Kuja. Come on stage.
Na ni 50 ya ukweli ama ni 50?
Rusha swali. Na
mnakuja kula lunch na ujui sponsor mwenye amesponsor lunch.
Hapo kuna zangu mahali nisipeane tu na sina time.
Kijana uko na uko waja.
Have a seat. Yes. Hii inakaa kiti. Kalia kiti ndogo. Neke morio. Dadangu, have a seat. Mike. Tuambie your name, mwaka huko. Hiyo tu. Usituambie degree. Hata unafanya engineering.
Dennis Cheriot, 5th year.
Haya, wewe ni mkongwe, ni kama Bethel. Ukikuja university nani alikuwa prezo? Kibaki. Pole.
Hi, so I'm Sandra, I'm in first year.
First year, kwanza shika hii ya 100. Hiyo ni ya 100. Haya, shika 100. Confirm umepata 100?
Anawadiwa kuwa first year.
Ati
ya maana pia award job.
Anawadiwa kwa kutumia mkono.
Sorry.
Kuja nipia. Swali ni lako. Wapa kuna microphones, ndio? Wape microphone. Mwenye atajibu wa kwanza atapata an extra 150 shillings ya airtime. Ndio unajiscratch unaenda naye. Mko tayari?
Yep.
I'm ready.
Pia hiyo hamtaki kujibu.
Tuko tayari.
How many departments do we have in engineering? Tuanzie hapa. Hiyo si swali. Hiyo ni kuuliza. 5
or 6 plus petroleum makes it 6.
Ni kweli? We have 6. Ni kweli? Unajua sasa hapa we have to be creative. Huyu ni 5th year, ule ni first year. Na huyu jamaa amekuwa shule for a while. Tufanye aje?
Wacha tuwape swali yenye Dina alituambia jana. Swali rahisi, Dina alituambia jana swali rahisi sana. The first engineering ilikuwa gani?
Civil. Electrical.
Na ni kuguess. Una guess.
Unajua ni 5th year.
Na anajua lakini si 50 wa wise. Si wise.
Paka
score. Jana the first engineering was gani? Si hiyo
ama tuchukue hiyo airtime.
General airtime.
Chukua hiyo airtime.
Mnipe hizo zenye mmepewa.
Ndio na unarudisha.
The first engineering ilikuwa gani?
Kuna mkono ilikuwa hapa, unaona hapa Moi Girls? The one in short hair. Si short hair, mwenye ako kando ya mwenye amevaa hijab.
Kuna kando side zote mbili.
To the left, mwenye amevaa miwani. Her hand was up first.
Na yeye atapata credit.
Wata negotiate na mwalimu.
Amuuzia pocket money.
Umuzie akujenge. Hapo hakuna kesho. Hapo. Haya, what was the first engineering? Military engineering. A round of applause, makofi. I have a question for you. Sawa. Tutakuongeza hii 150. Sawa. Be upstanding, please. I have a question for you. Are you ready? What is the name of your school? Microphone. Najapa microphone. Ama umeweka microphone kwa mvuko kiongozi. What's the name of your school?
Ceremonial Girls School, Nairobi.
Shika Bravin. Thank you so much and God bless you. And we wish you all the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of the morning session. We'll now proceed for what brought most of you here.
Before you go, Mshami, before you go, we have our representative from TUK who I'd like to invite.
Coach.
Well, yes, and he will close with a word of prayer, as we go for lunch. Do we?
Akikuja kwanza tukonfirmie kama wako na towers. Mpatie microphone. Wako na VC. Yeah,
And
good
apart-
afternoon,
and apart-
comrades. Comrades power.
Unajua kuna vita tunakuanga nayo, mnatakanga kuitwa the. Yes, ndio si mnatakanga kuitwa the.
Yeah, the technical university. Yeah.
Aya, swali ya pili.
In fact, no,
Faculty of Engineering.
Definitely.
Mume-invite high school students wakuje kwenu.
So
kuna viti za red.
That's that.
No, we are going to settle this once and for all. Hii maneno ya UN kuitwa the na tuko wanajiita the. No, we need to settle it, si ndio? Si we settle it. Tumalize aje. Tukubaliane amutu the.
Technical University of Kenya.
Kama utajibu swali saa hii. If you fail,
yes.
Amutu the. So, what was the name of the President of the Republic of Kenya in 2001? Please think. What was the name of the President of the Republic of Kenya in 2001?
I think being a good student of history, President Moi was still the president then.
Did he get my question?
Yes.
What was the name of the President of the Republic of Kenya in 2001? Miss Jauliza, who was the president? President wa Kenya alikuwa anaitwa aje? Alikuwa anaitwa bado William Samoei Ruto. Tumeelewana?
Sawa.
Jina yake haijachange. Sasa mtu ile tuombe. Leo imeenda huko. Tuombe.
Kidogo tu a minute. Before I pray, excuse me, before I pray, first of all, I'm so happy to see everyone here. I'm so happy to see a lot of females participating in engineering forums. The future is females, India. The future is. So let us pray. Oh, and by the way, my name is Zachary Obure. You can follow me on Twitter for insights. Yeah. So let's pray. Our gracious Father in heaven, we have come to the end of the session. We pray that you give us forgiveness, you give us strength and knowledge, even as we pursue earthly things, we may also remember your heavenly glory. I pray, trusting in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. And may God bless you as you stop using the word there. I release you, ladies and gentlemen, to go have your lunch. Mesdames et messieurs, bon appétit. What's the time? We come back here at 2:20. Sawa. We go have lunch really quickly. We come back at 2:20.
Hata utumii nguvu jamani, umerithi uzuri mama nyumbani, ulivyojeuri unaonyeshana, asitaka kidogo nasema you wanna be your soldier, soldier, anything I do for you. So let me about, and you be my commando. Can you give me your time? Kwanza nimefall in love. Nimefall in love. Alafu sitokocha uteseke. Pressure za nini? You are my desire. Oh, mapopo. Naona
ningependa kuwa neurosurgeon in future, lakini kwa sasa naona ndoto yangu inaangamia.
Abstracts to esa@students.unbi.ac.ke. That's esa@unbi.ac.ke. So other than that, we have an ongoing workshop right now from the Kenya Green Building Society. For people who do not know what that is, it is a non-profit member-based organization that was established to lead the transformation of Kenyan construction industries towards sustainability. So basically what that means is all the products that we use for construction, we try to make it green to try and reduce the carbon print. And as the Kenya chapter of the World Green Building Society, its mandate is to advocate, educate, and certify green building in Kenya in order to achieve environmentally, socially, and economically progressive built environment. So kindly, all those who are interested in attending the Kenya Green Building Society workshop, it is currently going on in the press room that is at 5th floor. Ukitoka tu hapo nje where you guys were having lunch, you'll be directed where the workshop is going on. So kindly, especially all those who are doing civil engineering, this is very important to you because the world is going green. So kindly attend this workshop. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon.
production is 1,300 per unit. Now, let's say we sell our product at 1,800 per unit, we will have a 40% profit margin. By unit, I mean, we are producing one sweater, trouser or dress, skirt, blouse or shirt, a pair of socks and tracksuit. We will have 2 million in profits in the first 12 months if we sell 200 units per month. And by doing this, we'll be cutting the current market prices by half. Judges, you have been presented with the invoices and you can see how much our uniforms are way cheaper than the current market prices of uniforms. We are still looking for partners who will help us enter into the market.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, do you recall where your old uniform went? I don't. This is an old sweater that my brother wore to school, and it ended up being used as a rag at home. Sadly, this is the fate of most uniforms. So as part of our future plans, we shall have a recollection program where we will partner with schools to repurpose and repair these old and used uniforms. We also plan to venture into other forms of uniforms, for example, protective gear, scrubs, and hospital uniforms. Now, the great Barack Obama once said, yes, we can. And this is the force of Luku Green. Progress and prosperity is the future we seek for Africa at Luku Green. Affordable and clean energy, clean water and sanitation, climate action, quality education, responsible consumption and production. These are the SDGs that will help the UN to achieve by 2030. Now we are reducing the carbon footprint from production by 75% and using 5 times less water. In the first 2 years, we'll create over 3,000 jobs in sourcing and manufacturing.
Your time is up. Really sorry. We now have to go to the judges.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll be taking quick 2 comments from our judges because of time, just 2. Then for the next group, other 2 judges will also give brief comments as we move on. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Once again, this is such a great presentation coming from you, the Luku Green team. I'm especially very impressed by the social economic impacts that you're looking at. You're looking at who your target market is, why there is a gap. So your why is actually really strong, and that is what has impressed me most. Then the second bigger impressor is the impact that you're also looking at the environment, because if we are not looking at sustainability in our manufacturing, then we are also not going to make it within like the future needs that our planet and our generations will have. Thank you.
Hi, I think, and I'll reflect what Rachel has said based on the innovation of this project. The one thing, more like 2 things I would say is consider ecosystem services as a value add for this, because I can see the projection with regards to how you utilize the local communities. You've mentioned about blockchain technologies and how you can easily collect that, but also think about the growth of the bamboo as a value add system with blockchain on the climate-based structure, so that there is a validity with regards to how the bamboo is actually being grown, not necessarily just for the business, but also for the local environment as well. But besides that, this is an amazing project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our judges. Moving on to our next presentation is Eco Value by Clubwear Apparels. Kindly make your way to the stage. Eco Value, the students are also from Kenyatta University. We want to appreciate Kenyatta University students for really taking part in this year's conference. They submitted a lot of essays and a lot of projects, but we were able to shortlist only 6. So kindly bring up their presentation on the screen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team Eco Value, and this is our presentation.
Food waste is everywhere, from the farms to markets, from warehouses to grocery stores, from restaurants to every household. We are literally taking food out of the mouths of the hungry and sending food waste to the landfill. In Nairobi, the food waste trail ends here.
Kenya is losing $500 million every year as a result of post-harvest losses, and the entire continent is losing $48 billion.
I can generally say in percentage yenye nimepoteza almost 80%. Hiyo ni total loss kabisa.
One farmer. This is the story of one farmer from Githurai, hundreds from Nairobi, thousands from Kiambu, and millions from East Africa. Did you know 48 billion Kenya shillings worth of food is wasted annually? Thomas Keller once said, "Respect for food is respect for life, for who we are, what we are, and what we do." This brings us to a problem statement whereby more than 45% of food produced in Kenya goes to waste due to lack of proper reduction and food waste management systems. The Ministry of Agriculture tells us that more than 12 million Kenyans live below the poverty line. What are the impacts, you ask? Some of the implications, the biggest being the methane generation, which comes from food waste that leads to climate change, food insecurity, and lack of food safety. Do we have a solution to this? Today, we as EcoValue stand before you to provide a solution whereby we aim to use various methods, including proper storage by use of cold rooms, modernized point of sale, that is kibandas, making feeds and manure from existing waste. How will we do this? Why will we do this? And can it be done? So we are planning to do this through two approaches. The first approach is the management of existing waste, whereby we use the black soldier flies, or by BSF farming. Maybe my colleague can demonstrate or can show the judges what the BSFs are. Second, making feeds from food waste, and third, making manure from food waste. The second approach involves hitting the nail on the head, which is reducing the amount of food wasted. So first, we use cold rooms. We are studying mycelium, whereby mycelium has been proven to be better, fire resistant, more effective as compared to polyurethane. Second, we have modernized vibandas, whereby we're trying to improve points of sale so as to reduce the food waste from its points.
Now, in terms of our milestone, so far, we have done an extensive market research within Githurai as well as Kenyatta Market. Now, within KM or within Kenyatta University, we have so far attained 5 greenhouses where we are doing a pilot testing for our BSFs as well as Azola. Once they are ready, we actually make our own eco meal that we package and roll out to our suppliers. Now, by doing so, that generates revenue that we are investing towards our storage facilities, where we'll reach out to Mama Mboga and modernize their point of sales by bringing them the modern vibandas. If that is not value enough, we have also come up with our own cold storage facilities, where as a farmer or as a vendor, you can actually rent out a space within it for a small fee. Now, moving forward, within this market space, we are not alone. We have competitors, but we appreciate our competitors because we are working towards the same goal of waste reduction. Now, what makes us to stand out of the rest of the competitors is that we are a circular economy and we are addressing the following. Moving forward, by 2030, we are looking to create over 40,000 job opportunities, both directly as well as indirectly. Now, currently our project actually addresses 2 SDGs, but we overall, we will actually address 9 of them. But the current ones are actually zero hunger and SDG number 13 on climate action. Now, these are actually our products. If you want to actually find out more, you can head over to our website, dope.africa. Now, moving forward, I talked about the eco meal. This is our made from BSFs and our secret ingredient to actually produce this eco meal that you actually see it outside there. All right, now let's talk about numbers. Josephine?
Talking about numbers, we have plans on how the project is going to generate revenue. To begin with, we have our eco meal plans where we'll be selling 20 kg of fortified eco meal at 1,200. You can also get the 50 kg at 3,000 and also get the 60 kg at 3,600. This is affordable considering all the nutrients that you'll be getting from the food. Moreover, we have our Vibanda plans. Mama Mbogas can get the Kibanda at 4,000 and pay monthly pay of 1,500 for the basic subscription, or you can take the basic plus or the premium one. We also move to our community cold room plans where you can rent a space. If you want a small space of 0.5 by 0.5 by 0.5, for 12 hours, you can rent it at 199. If you have more stock, the more stock you have, the more space you need. Therefore, you can take more, the plus or the premium. Moving on to more on the revenue generation, it will be from the sale of eco meal, Vibandas, organic fertilizer, and cold storage. We expect to be breaking even by the second year, considering it's a big project. And by the fourth year, we'll be making big profits. Our market share, our total attainable market is 43%, while our serviceable addressable market is 34%, and the market that we hope to tap, which is the SOM, is 23%. Moving on to the market strategy, our strategy is going to go in 5 phases, and currently we are in the 3rd phase as we head forward to fabrication of communally owned cold rooms and Vibandas as we also move to actualization in the market. Finally, this is a group of agricultural engineers. I am Wanjiku Njoroge.
I'm Jeff Ayako.
And I am Kanika Ian, and together this is our presentation. Thank you very much, and we do call upon you to join us in our dream to make Kenya a food sustainable country. This is food for thought, literally.
Thank you very much.
We'll be taking 2 brief comments from our judges.
Hello, everyone. I think it's a great presentation. I particularly like how you've managed to sort of show us your total addressable market, what you can be able to serve. You passed quite fast through the traction slide, because what I wanted to sort of understand is how far you are along that journey. I think you have multiple revenue streams, and it's just being able to understand where you're currently at. So I think you've mentioned something about having farmers on board. How many do you have on board? Just talk a little bit about the traction.
Now, yeah, in terms of the traction, currently we are working with the 20 farmers. As I had said, is that whatever you have in front of you there, those are black soldier flies. And because our project is actually vast, that's why we decided to split up in phases whereby, remember, we already have this challenge at first. So that, remember, having a cold room or a kiosk, actually that requires money to actually do that. So our project is actually self-sustaining in the sense that because it was easy. Remember, like when we started for our black soldier flies, it only cost us 2,000 shillings, which was quite easier. And then we purchased some of the crates, then equipped our greenhouses, and also even fabricated some of the stands. Yeah. So those are the things that we have done. Even we have our meal, actually, you can actually place your order, and then you actually get it. So currently we are in the management as we are saving towards the reduction phase of these storage facilities and kiosks. Thank you.
Just a quick one. Out of the services that you offer, what percentages go to the food? What percentage goes to manure? What percentage goes to, you know what I mean? Like the services are coming from this product. And we need to know the percentages of your services or your products for that matter, for it to make sense with the money.
All right. Yeah. because we are actually a startup company, what we do is that we have this percentage, and then now in terms of what actually goes to the waste, remember, the people who are doing the correction are actually the mama mbogas, not mama mbogas, but the people out there collect this waste and then bring it to us, and then we weigh it, then pay them 10 shillings a kilo, okay? Now, that is about 20%. Now, in terms of the next phase, which is the storage facilities, we actually diverge 30%. And then for the kiosk, we also have 25%. And then their bit is actually for paying some of the guys working with us, and also for our marketing purposes. Yeah, and also even development of our sites. Yeah, that is actually live, dope.africa.
Let's appreciate them.
For our next presentation, we have Drone Lab by Olivia Gatwiri. That's our first female participant on stage. Let's appreciate her as she walks on stage. After Olivia's presentation, we'll have 2 minutes to be addressed by our president, the newly elected University of Nairobi president. So after this presentation, we'll give you 2 minutes, kindly. So let's start.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Gatwiri. Before I start, I just want to mention that I went to Moi Girls High School, Nairobi, and I'm happy to see you here. I hope my innovation will get to your school because you'll find out what it's about. Okay, I want us to take a minute and think about some of the challenges that we face in Africa. And the biggest one, or among the biggest, is lack of access to quality education. But when you think about quality education, what exactly do we mean by quality education? This is education that is equitable, accessible, and delivered professionally in a safe and stimulating environment. But the reality of the situation is, even in Kenya, most schools lack the resources, the finances to even deliver on this. Okay. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest impact of lack of access to quality education is it hinders our human capacity development, which translates to poor economic development in Africa and even in Kenya, which we all know that young people are struggling when it comes to employment. And what are some of the new avenues that we can create for young people to venture into innovation and create employment instead of looking for traditional employment routes. Now, we know that the fourth industrial revolution is picking up pace really quickly. And by that, we mean that we are seeing new technologies like the Internet of Things, AI, being adopted into our traditional industrial processes. So what can we do as Africa? We do not want to be left behind again. So what can we do? And one of the things that we realized is to equip our young people with skills. This is the thing that we will need to transform our economy, to venture into new spaces, new technological opportunities that are opening up based on the new digital era that we are in. And for that, now I want to present our solution, Drone Lab. This is a reconstruction of a drone. We are fixing it on our test bench, making it more accessible to young people in Kenya. And the reason why we chose a test bench drone is because in Kenya, the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority regulates the use of drones. And by that, you require a licensed drone operator for you to have a drone available in school for kids to learn drone technology, for them to acquire the skills that they will need to venture into this new space. So without it flying, we are eliminating the cost of having a licensed drone pilot or taking a teacher through a drone pilot course. That reduces the cost of access to quality infrastructure or quality resources for education. the impact that this can have, apart from gaining the basic skills in drone technology, programming and robotics, we can also have kids from a young age, especially with the competency-based curriculum being introduced in Kenya. We can have this model in a classroom as early as junior secondary school. They can learn teamwork, they can learn how to be innovative, be creative, and discover new solutions whereby they can even create drones that are required in different industries, let's say survey, let's say managing our pipelines. So there's a lot of opportunities that can be created based on training and skills acquisition. And at this point, I just want to show you a brief demonstration of what we can do.
Yeah, so as you've heard earlier, this is Drone Lab. This is our first prototype. I'm just gonna briefly demonstrate how it works. Thank you.
3 minutes remaining.
In aviation, there's something we call roll, yaw, and pitch. Using the Drone Lab prototype or the Drone Lab model, a student can interact with all those three motions, get to learn and understand how they work, learn about electronics, learn about coding and how it can be implemented in a physical model. And imagine a student being able to do this from as early as junior secondary school. We are creating a culture where young people can be innovators. Young people can create the solutions from as early as junior secondary school. The impact of Drone Lab really is wide. There's so much that we can use this tool for. Even in institutions of higher learning, we can use it in a control systems engineering class to teach about PID and MATLAB, which we actually used when we were making our prototype. So just as I conclude, I want you to remember that we can use education to equip our young people with the skills that they need to transform our economies, that they need to transform our societies. And education that really does not equip young people with skills really is a waste of time and a waste of resources. Thank you.
They've left the stage. Just come back, please, for a moment. Olivia, for a moment. Yeah, we'll get 2 comments from Daktari. Both of them are doctors, and our engineer. Thank you.
So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think you're doing something quite impressive. I am biased as an aeronautical engineer myself. So this is a subject I quite like. The comments that I would make is, on the one hand, your problem is extremely broad, which makes a lot of sense. There's a huge problem with upskilling young people in across the continent, especially for tomorrow and the needs for tomorrow. However, your application is very specific. You talk about gaps in training, then you focus on drones, which is quite specific. What I would suggest is to marry those 2 things better. I think what you're proposing could be a great social enterprise if there was a sustainable business attached to it. Maybe if you're using drones for photography or agriculture or geomapping or all these other things, yet you are very close to universities and institutions of training so that you can partner to provide very relevant practical skills for the people you want in the job market. And maybe a good model to use is maybe like what Moringa School has done for software developers. Maybe you guys could do the same for aeronautical engineers or control systems engineers or other skills. But otherwise, I think you're doing a great job and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was an excellent presentation. My question is, and I think you've done a fantastic job in terms of seeing where the problem is and trying to focus. My question, where are you with this? How far have you gone?
Okay, we are currently at the prototyping phase. We've just finished our first prototype. So the next step for us is to secure funding to now create a market-ready product, and which will probably feature a quadcopter design. What we have now is a bicopter design. So that's the next step for us.
Something else, we are planning to also reach out here in schools and reaching out in schools. Thank you.
Just one moment. Do you guys liaise with Gearbox by any chance? Or are you in the hardware community?
We actually talked to Gearbox about creating some, we want to create, instead of using like an Arduino, we want to create now our own, that's just unique to Drone Lab, so that we can avoid things like our ideas being stolen. Yeah, for lack of a better word.
So maybe just to comment on that, the best way is you've done your POC. I think with Gearbox, they're now manufacturing the Raspberry Pis. Move on to that, and then eventually then you can do your own design. So that's how we went through our journey when we were building our sensors. So started with off the shelf, then we went to something that's a bit more common and generally affordable to deploy as actual pilots. And then now we did a full PCB design.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Let's appreciate Olivia and her team. For 1 minute, I want to introduce Madam President to introduce herself and just say a word. Karibu, Madam President.
The judges and my fellow students, good afternoon. My name is Malith Monica Nyareng. I'm a law student and the current UNSA chairperson. I'm here with my VC, so we'll just wave to the audience. Sorry for coming late. I just came here to say welcome and feel free for those who are not the members of the university. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Now, moving on to our next presentation, we are going to have a little bit of change. We'll have the mini solar water heater ranked number 5 presenting now. Then we'll have IntelliEgg after this presentation. Due to the complexity of their prototype, we'll have the mini solar water heater presenting. Kindly carry your prototype to stage. Let's appreciate them. Sujidon and Bakita, University of Nairobi students, mechanical engineering, final year. Let's appreciate them. Yeah, their prototype is coming on stage. Let's keep appreciating them as they set up. After this presentation, we'll quickly have IntelliEgg incubator, followed by glassware powder by Ramla.
So, esteemed judges, ladies and gentlemen, we tasked ourselves with the design, the simulation, the fabrication, and the testing of a mini solar water heater for domestic use. So I'm Don.
And I'm Eddie.
Yes, so to bring us to speed, I'd like us to see some statistics. Next. Next, yes. So a small household in Kenya consumes at least 250 liters of hot water per day. This contributes to at least 30% of the domestic energy consumption. And in terms of carbon emissions, it's responsible for 3 tons annually, the same carbon footprint that you'll receive from a small SUV. So this is where solar water heating comes in. Thank you. So a solar water heater is a technology that enables you to harness energy from the sun to heat your water. And in places like Africa, where we receive at least 6 months of sunlight, you'll be able to have up to 40,000 shillings worth of energy savings. It also registers 0 carbon emissions. Now, this takes us to the real problem. Why aren't we embracing this technology, or rather as aggressively as we should? So as you can see, only 1 out of 6 houses in Africa have this technology. So the first reason is that they are quite costly. They also are unreliable because solar water heaters depend on direct sunlight. The government in Kenya has not yet invested as much into this technology, like in Israel, where 90% of hot water is being done by solar energy. Also, it features technical installation. And finally, it can be quite wasteful when you're not using it. Next. So this drove us to come up with a solution. We wanted to have a product that we have increased affordability, that reduces heating time, so that we can compete with the electrical counterparts. We wanted to increase the solar fraction, which basically is the amount of energy you can harness from the sun. So we also wanted to enable portability, to enable personal fitting, and eventually to be finally off-grid. So my partner can continue.
So this drove us to our roadmap, which constitutes of the design, simulation, fabrication, and testing. So diving into the design. So our design, from the solutions mentioned above, our design came up with an active, direct solar water heating system. Active in the sense that it uses a pump. So next, please. So this is our design. Play the video. It constitutes of a solar pump powered by the solar panel, a flat plate collector, and an integral collector storage unit. The triangular prism at the top. So it consists of the glass storage tank, aluminum plate, and styrofoam, while the flat plate constitutes of the glass, copper tubes, absorber plate, and a layer of styrofoam. So the absorber plate is blackened so as to allow maximum solar absorption and emission into the copper tubes, which in turn transfers the heat to the water, which then gets heated. The gray substance you're seeing is the layer of styrofoam that insulates the system, and it's covered with glass to create a greenhouse effect inside. So up next is the storage tank that holds 20 liters made of galvanized steel to prevent it from rusting. And also, as you can see, it is black, then allowing maximum absorption of heat inside. So once the heat has been heated in the tank, it passes through the tubes into the solar pump, which has enough head to push it through the copper pipes back into the storage tank. And it is powered by the solar panel, making it totally off-grid. So our ICS collector consists of a blackened aluminum plate that absorbs maximum solar heat, emitting it into the storage tank. And it's also covered with glass for creating a greenhouse effect within the system. So what makes our design unique is that the water entering the flat plate collector has been initially preheated in the ICS, thus increasing its solar fraction. So next was the simulation, which we use the ANSYS software. Next, please. So we are certain that it takes a minimum of 27 minutes to heat the water, and it can reach a maximum temperature of 75 degrees from the simulation, and it is possible to hold the heat for above 40 degrees for 3 hours. Next, please. Those are the simulation images. Next was the fabrication. This was done in the University of Nairobi Mechanical Engineering Workshop, and we used most of the components were made from readily available materials, such as the copper tubes that we used, what was recycled from refrigerators, styrofoam we got from unboxed appliances, and we used scrap metal to make the storage tank. Those are the fabrication images. So this is our final assembly, as you can see. This is our final assembly. So what's remaining is to place the wheel so that you can easily move it away from the shade and to make it more aesthetic. So in testing, we wanted to confirm how much heat it can hold and how much time it takes to heat the system. And we are certain that it takes, for a sunny, cloudless day, it takes 20 to 30 minutes to heat the water from 37 degrees to 45 degrees. And the maximum heat attainable was 67 degrees, and it can hold the heat within the system above 40 degrees for 2 hours.
So thank you. This takes us to our next section. Next, please. The big question, whether or not you have solved the problem. So as my partner mentioned, we use the integrated collector storage tank, which heats level to a preheated temperature so that when it passes through the flatbed collector, we are able to attain our temperatures faster. From the orange graph that you can see, is the effect of the integrated collector storage tank. You can also see the effect of the storage of the solar pump when you have it pumping it through the small copper tubing. So from our calculations, we have a solar fraction of 0.65, and we are yet to determine the collector efficiencies from our testing. Next, so we also did, we are also currently doing the solar economic analysis, and if we sell this product to you at 30,000 shillings, then you'll be able to return that money in 9.2 months. We are yet to do the life cycle costing. So finally, it's the challenges or other recommendations that we can have for our system. Because we have already established that this system hits water really fast, we wanted to have a separate insulated. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we wanted to have a separate insulated storage tank where we'll be able to heat the water, then empty it to the storage tank, something known as a drain back system. So we also wanted to, we had problems with testing because solar heaters are primarily tested in weather stations, one which you could not access. And we also wanted to see the feasibility of using double glazing in this section, which actually improves the insulation and also selective coating. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Suji. 2 brief comments from our judges, please.
So we were actually just discussing how you're managing the 30K cost after including the pump. And then what's the price comparison like to something that is currently in the market, it's off the shelf with a similar size and produced in mass?
Okay, so first and foremost, our first competitors were the solar heaters which are in the market, which costs 200,000 shillings for 1 unit. Then when we are looking now at our component, we want people to go off grid, and the next competitors are electrical water heaters. So we'll be able to, using our system, to heat that water to that temperature. So I think so. Or if I didn't capture a question.
Yeah, you've answered.
Or maybe, yeah, so the solar pump costs around 7,000 shillings for this component. So when you've seen we are using affordable materials, and that really helped us scale down our prices to only 30,000 shillings. I think.
Sorry, I have a question. Is the drain back system your innovation ideally?
It was a recommendation. Because we wanted to focus on how fast we're able to heat it using this design. Our innovation actually is from refrigeration, because these pipes are from recycled refrigerator. So we wanted to inverse the technology. Instead of cooling, now we heat, and that's how we're able to attain those temperatures really fast. So our innovation now will also mutate to a drain back system eventually, but this is where we've reached thus far.
We have one more comment from Engineer Omondi. Do you have a comment?
I would encourage that you have a look at the industry standards, KEBS and other international standards, just so you make sure as early as possible your prototype is in conformity with those standards, because otherwise, if you develop this further, it can be very expensive later on to then accommodate the standards.
Thank you very much, our judges. I want to call on stage men Suji's Trust so that they can carry the prototype off stage as we prepare for our next presentation. Moving on to our next presentation, back on stage is Jeff Ayako with the IntelliEgg. I forgot to mention that Jeff is also top 30 under 30 2022. Let's appreciate him. He's also a holder of the state recommendation HSC, so he's addressed as HSC Ayako Jeff. Thank you very much, Suji and the team.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you here ate chicken for lunch? How many of you here love chicken? Like almost all of us. But did you know that over 1,500 tons of chicken is actually imported annually from outside, not actually coming from our farmers? And looking at the current population, from the statistic that was actually done in 2018, you realize that we have around 32 million chickens within the country. And then looking at the current population, we are almost 50 million. And then on the hindsight, you also find that as a country, in a day, over 20% of waste that is actually produced is actually plastic waste. And then our youths, we are out there asking for employment, will actually give us these opportunities. Within IntelliEgg, we came up with the most affordable egg incubators within the market space. Our incubators, the installation panels is actually, from that section, is actually made of recycled plastic that also mix up with fiberglass for thermal insulation. To make our panels. And then the other thing is that about our incubators is that they also connect with our application called the IntelliEgg app, that you can actually monitor all the vitals of your incubator remotely from anywhere that you are, thanks to IoT. And then the other thing is that from our incubators is that we are also planning to link our customers to the market space, such that once you purchase our incubator, is that through the app, we connect to you once we get the orders from some of the hotels to supply them the eggs or even chicken, and then we link them to our farmers. The other thing I also didn't also mention is that apart from the affordability, we also give our farmers flexibility in terms of payment. They can actually pay as you go system, whereby you only need to pay 30% of the incubator price, and then the rest we have a contract agreement paid within installments. Now, in terms of our competitive or in terms of our value proposition, we are not alone, but what we have the other competitors such as Nice Hatch and Zamchik, but what we are proposing is a pay-as-you-go system. We also connect our farmers to the market. It also comes with an IoT app. It's here. It's actually live. If you can actually test it out after this. Dual powered for areas that lack internet connectivity, not internet connectivity, but power connectivity. You can actually use it with a solar, and also hiring services. And even if you want even to check on your incubator, there's actually an infrared camera within it. Next. Now, this is our business model. Back a bit. In terms of our business model is that, for example, for 450 egg, our cost of production is actually 20,000, but our selling price is actually 35,000. But what you have in the market, 450 actually goes for 40 to 45,000. So it's a bit affordable. With this 35,000, you only pay 30% for a start, and then we give you. Failure to actually pay the rest of the money as agreed on monthly installments, there's a disconnection that actually happens. But before we actually do that, our farmers actually get a push notification alerting that their payment is actually due within the next 2 days. In terms of the traction that we have made so far, I would like my colleague to also talk about the traction.
Ladies and gentlemen, IntelliEgg Incubator is not just a product, but it's a statement to our commitment to innovation, our commitment to sustainability, and our commitment to social responsibility. Talking about our traction, currently we are working with 20 farmers. Thanks to Agribiz for giving us a grant of 600,000. We were also the second runners up in the IK International Convention that took place in Diani Reef Coast. We are also the second runners up in the Infinix International Tech that took place in UAN. Thank you.
Now, as my colleague has mentioned, that's a bit of the traction that we have. And also, these are some of our customers. This one is actually from Dandora, and the mother there is actually from Thika. This was during last year's Infinix Tech Week. And also, one thing she also forgot to mention is that we also the top 6 last year's Hard Prize Regionals Summit. Moving on. So next. This is actually my amazing team. I'm actually the CEO and the co-founder, and Redemptor is
I'm the Chief Operating Officer at MapCard Limited.
And then this is a multidisciplinary team. Not only consists of engineering student, but we also even have our Desmond Smith, who is our business analyst, as well as Dr. Murigi as our mentor. Next. And then, so in conclusion, I'd actually like to urge you to come on board so that we can actually raise some temperature to incubate and hatch some source of life. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. My question is, your business model, what you're selling is the incubator itself, right?
Yeah,
but you also have a financing model. Have you partnered with any people? Like, how are you able to sustainably give on credit? Have you partnered with any financial firms?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Last year, as my colleague actually mentioned, is that we got into the Agribiz program by KCIC, who actually assisted us in terms of product development and refinement at Kirdi. And then they also gave us a grant of 600,000 to actually buy some of the materials locally. And then the other thing is that these things we are actually doing here locally. Even our BCBs for the incubator are actually printed within WareFab. I don't know how many of you know WareFab. So we have an agreement with them. So we have financials. Even when we were starting, we are under Chandaria Business Incubation Center. So for our pilot testing, that they also gave us 100,000 for a start. Yeah.
And just one other question. So when you're doing the 35,000 sale and I choose to do higher purchase, how much? What will be the interest margin that me as a buyer will have to pay you?
Actually, we don't have any interest that we actually charge. Remember, like our cost of production for like 150 is actually 20,000, but that 35,000 that we are charging is actually the one that you pay. We don't even have an addition for that, yeah, because we didn't want to. Remember, even our target customers are actually small scale poultry farmers. So, and even we want to make them as affordable as possible for them. That's why if we take 30% that you pay for the machine, the rest now you pay us 3,000 or even 5,000, depending on the kind of agreement or flexibility that you want us to offer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Maybe just one last comment on the financial bit. Then I think what I'd advise is to figure out what would make me pay fully cash versus pay over time, because you're not giving me an incentive of paying 35 upfront if I'll just spread it out according to my wishes to whenever and still pay the 35. Yeah.
All right.
My question is on the pay-go model, especially you mentioned that you disconnect when someone doesn't make a payment. So would you run us through what the disconnection is? Is it lack of access to the app, or do you completely switch off the incubator? What happens if you switch it off and I had eggs inside? Like, what is that disconnection?
Yeah. So what actually happens is that before when we actually do that, our farmer or our client actually gets a push notification, not a push notification, but a message 3 days earlier telling them that your payment is actually due within the next 3 days. Now, remember, our motherboard has actually been customized from not using the PLCs that our incubators use. We have our own custom-made IoT board that even is the one that even transmits the vitals, the readings from the THD sensor inside to the farmer's application. Now, in terms of what actually gets disconnected is actually the incubator. Like, even if it's powered, like, you cannot actually reuse it until you make payment that we are actually supposed to do that. But before actually we do that, we actually give a notice prior to. Yeah.
Jeff, one quick comment. I think you personally and your team are very impressive. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
My biggest worry is you may be taking on a bit too much because I may be wrong, you're running 2 separate businesses with 2 different visions. Also, I notice in your product that your product has very many features. I would advise it's better to be an absolute expert at one thing than to be sort of good at many different things. So I applaud your expertise and everything you have achieved. I would encourage that you truly reflect and focus and find that 1 or 2 things that you can be an absolute expert in, rather than doing very many things.
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of, actually that is, remember, before I even joined the second team, this was actually my starting team. That's where I actually started from. And even our working space is within the same locality, Chandaria Business Center. And even furthermore, I'm really passionate about innovation, what it actually can actually do. And even my biggest, where I see the future is actually us as a country having our own Silicon Valley here within Africa. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry, just a quick one.
Yes, sir.
We can tell that you're very passionate about what you do.
Yeah.
But I have one question. Just very quickly tell me, what brought off this idea originally? What was your origin? What sparked this idea?
Yeah, that's a good question. What actually spiked the idea is that sometimes back, I was in a project that actually called, we actually developed the first African mechanical ventilator during the time of COVID-19. You find there was a layoff for so many people, like many people were actually laid off, jobless. Even we had some times back within our Nairobi where people actually, walikuwa wanapiwa ngeta, and then you are actually robbed of. So we decided to, and then looking around, you also see we are actually struggling up with waste that actually accumulates on landfills. Now, within my colleagues and I, we're actually in the office trying to ask ourselves, like, what can we actually do about this within Chandaria? Because we're actually preparing for, all right, let me wrap it up. We're actually preparing for our exams. Then an idea actually spiked up from a project that we had initially done for another client, but it was actually an incubator, but it was not, he had actually contracted our services because we are actually engineering students. And then we said, by the way, there's something that we did, what can we actually modify for that? So that's how it actually came about. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeff and the team. I've seen you put a photo of me in one of your slides. Thank you very much. Moving on swiftly to our next presentation is the use of glassware powder by Ramla. Let's appreciate Ramla as she walks on stage. Ramla is a civil engineering student, 5th year at the University of Nairobi.
Thank you, guys. My name is Ramla Isaac, a civil engineering student at the University of Nairobi. The SDG that I decided to focus on was next page. Yeah, was sustainable cities and communities. The first term that comes to my mind when I think of sustainable cities and communities is urbanization. As we all know, urbanization has greatly contributed. Sorry, guys. Yeah. The rate of urbanization has led to demand for more buildings and infrastructure, hence necessitating needs to explore other alternative building materials. Mostly, my whole project focuses on replacing cement in the industry of construction. Yeah, I hope I'm more clear. Investigating the use of waste glass powder as an activator in fly ash-based geopolymer. So the whole project aims at incorporating the whole project aims at incorporating waste materials as the raw materials used in the construction industry. Cement has been the most exploited use of materials in the construction industry. While with this project, I'm going to basically replace it whole with waste glass powder and fly ash-based geopolymers. That's the whole process behind it: soil, fly ash, alkaline activator known as sodium hydroxide, water, geopolymer paste, mold, oven curing, and outside heat exposure. So basically, soil is one of the natural resources we are given. Fly ash is also a byproduct of coal. Alkaline activator can be the alkaline activator can be sodium hydroxide. Water is also a natural resource. That's how we form our geopolymer paste. And then the mold, then there's a process of oven curing, which only takes about 24 hours. And then the outside heat exposure. So basically, there'll be no carbon footprint left by my whole process. So the raw materials are all waste materials. Fly ash is a byproduct of coal. Hence, it can't be, it's just resourced from companies and homes. Africa is a developing nation, which mostly exploits coal. Hence, fly ash will be easily available. For the soil is a natural resource. Alkaline activator, waste glass powder can be produced from industries. The waste glass powder basically crushed by using machinery, or even you can use the molds. Okay, the main ingredient, which is the binder, is produced by mixing glass powder with an alkaline activator, such as sodium hydroxide. The glass is normally dissolved by heating mixture at 150 to 300 degrees Celsius. The paste acquired is then mixed with water and molded into one's preferred shape and can either be oven dried or left outside to dry. Hence, no carbon footprint basically will be in our environment. Next is the business model part of the project. A mix containing 20% of fly ash provides a 3.5% savings in cost. Ordinary Portland cement is 18% more expensive than fly ash. Ordinary Portland cement is what has been constantly been exploited by the construction industry. One bag of ordinary Portland cement mostly costs 600, while one manual interlocking brick machine is 85 to 95,000. So almost a total of 150,000 can just be used for simply making 32 blocks, while one bag of fly ash is 18% cheaper. So the whole project will be less than 150,000%, 150,000. The strength variation While I did the strength variation test, they were similar to that of the ones made using concrete. Hence, why keep on abusing Mother Nature when there are other variable options, such as the use of fly ash and waste glass powder? The other advantages, the whole project is cost effective and cheaper compared to other sources. Glass powder can be acquired from crushing glasses, which can be noted from industries. Fly ash can be acquired from homes. Alkaline activators, such as sodium hydroxide, are quite cheap compared to ordinary Portland cement. When it comes to heating, the molds are simply left out in the sun to dry, not as the concrete one are normally made, polluting our environment. So some of the prototypes are as seen below, or the ones produced. Yeah. Let's go forward. So the Sustainable Development Goal mainly aims at affordable housing. Kenya has the vision of 2030. So this project can basically be used to propel us towards that direction. While it is cost effective and cheaper, they are eco-friendly, more resistant to fire, provides temperature control and low maintenance. The main disadvantages with using bricks for affordable housing was that the use of fly ash and glass powder will have, basically cement was more expensive while building houses, but by the use of fly ash and glass powder, they are much cheaper. Hence, we will have saved cost and solved the issue. Yeah, thank you for your time. That's the whole project.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you very much for this presentation. This speaks very dearly to my heart because, well, I studied architecture. So, and part of this work kind of goes into solving the source of materials. It's an alternative building material, which works very well with actually what we do at Kenya Green Building Society. So take my number after this. We need to talk.
Thank you.
But just to pose an idea, by simply having blocks like this, when you're coming to build up, when you're building up a wall, for instance, you still need a binding agent for the blocks themselves.
Yeah.
So one consideration would be creating interlocking blocks as opposed to flat face blocks.
Okay.
And the machines are actually, I guess they're supposed to be coming in the maybe this year or next year, that they're going to be built here. To be built here, not to be bought from outside.
Okay.
They're still being built by university students as well, which is also fascinating. But the idea for getting this is in solving affordable housing. And I've written 2 articles just last week about something very similar. So well done.
Thank you.
Ramla, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. I just had a question. If you are making the glass powder, what would be different if you used it directly instead of going through the process of heating, through the process of alkaline? Suppose we decided to replace it by a certain percentage. What would be the difference? What would be the effect?
Okay. As of right now, I found that I did this project as my final year project. The optimum percentage of fly ash that was needed was only 10%. And for the glass powder, as you asked, we can't replace it as when you mix glass powder with sodium hydroxide, you get sodium silicate, which is basically the binding factor. So that's the whole purpose of it. Like, you can't replace it. You'll have to heat it for it to interlock together. Yeah. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ramla. This was a wonderful presentation. And my question is, I saw a picture at the end.
Yeah.
Is this your only prototype, or have you gone to site? Are the blocks the only thing you've done?
This was actually a project I'm conducting right now as my graduation project. So I've made others, but I've already used them on other tests.
All right. And so one of the other question or comment, when you're doing your closing remarks in the disadvantages, I didn't quite capture the fact that these are like how much waste glass can you honestly get when we're looking at the scale of construction, like how much raw material do you have? Like, I think that's also a question you need to also be thinking about in terms of your raw materials. Yeah, just what's the glass ceiling, if maybe.
If I could answer that shortly. For the glasses are easily recyclable. Considering how many industries normally use glasses, there are glass drinks, like it's basically recyclable. So the amount of times, like the source of glass, it's readily available from homes, industries. So I really don't think it's limited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ramla, for your presentation. Thank you very much. For our next presentation, we'll have Helios Toolkit by Arib. Then we'll move to use of pet waste strips by Bwambale. So just get ready. Bwambale, you'll be next. You are 9 on the list, but after this, Helios, you'll be next. Yeah, and ESA family wishes Ramla and her family a blessed holy month. Thank you very much, Ramla.
Good afternoon, everyone, and esteemed judges. Welcome to Helios. My name is Umair Malik, and this is my partner, Arib Ahmed, and we are students from the University of Nairobi. We have designed solar system design and installation toolkit. Next. Before we get into the nitty-gritties of the project, I would like to introduce the project to you and the motivation behind it. For us to do this, we basically answered 3 questions: why we are doing the project, what is our proposed solution, and how we are going to get there.
Okay, so first of all, to answer the question why we're undertaking this project. So currently, solar and wind make up 10% of total energy production in the world. And the data from Global Solar Atlas indicates that Africa has the highest solar potential compared to the rest of the continents in the world. However, solar only makes 0.6% of Africa's current energy mix. Why is that? So a study carried out by Giga in 2012 highlighted the possible causes of this issue. So which were lack of technical support, lack of finance, lack of an enabling environment, and lack of awareness. So we focused on 2 of these issues, which was lack of technical support and lack of an enabling environment. So by solving these 3, we can achieve 3 sustainable development goals, which is climate action, affordable and clean energy, and sustainable cities and countries.
Now that we have seen what the motivation behind the project is, let's look at what we need from this toolkit. We have decided to develop a toolkit that that provides a user-friendly interface and is very easily accessible and helps bridge the gap between the supplier and the consumer, and is also cross-platform, meaning you can use it on any device, whether it be a mobile phone, a PC, or a desktop. And most importantly, it needs to target Kenyan homeowners.
So now, how did we go about achieving this objective? So we decided to make a web application which will allow the toolkit to be accessible across all devices, whether it be iOS, PC, mobile phone, or anything. And it will get rid of all the installation process, the cumbersome installation process that's required in other toolkits available in the market. And it would save, developing it would be much less complex and save a lot of development time. So our toolkit takes in an input of number of appliances from the client, and then asks the client to answer a few design questions and provide his contact details. And finally, he can finalize his contact details and download a quotation. So what sets our toolkit apart from the rest of the ones in the market? First of all, it outputs the details of all equipment required, the configuration, the quantity, the cost. And it gives the location and contact information of your nearby suppliers who have the given equipment. And it provides the cheapest solution. It provides the cheapest solution available around you if there are multiple options available. And finally, it allows you to download up automatically generated PDF as a quotation. So now that we know what we've answered what, why, what, and how, let's talk about cost and funding. So currently, the toolkit is live and it's hosted on Vercel, a free hosting service. And we bought a domain name from Safaricom for under 2,000 Kenyan shillings. But ideally, in the future, as we expand and add new features, we'd like to migrate to a more reliable hosting service like Hostinger, which would cost approximately 50,000 Kenyan shillings per year. So now we will undertake a small demonstration so that you can all see how quick and easy it is to take this thing. So this is our whole landing page, but my friend will take you through the exciting thing.
3 minutes remaining.
Okay, so the first thing you have to do is pick the closest thing your house is, the size of your house, whether it's a small house, large house, or a rural house, and you load the preset into the number of appliances. Here you can edit it as you like and modify it to the number of appliances you have, right? And if an appliance is not listed, you can always add another appliance to it using the wattage reading on the appliance itself. But for now, we won't do that. Yeah. So next, here you can, the client is required to answer some design questions, or like number of days of backup required, whether it's 2 days, 3 days. But in Kenya, because we have sun all year round, it's okay to just have one. Then whether cost is more valuable to you than reliability, or whether you want an off-grid system or a grid-tied system, and whether your house experiences shade during the 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., whether you would like to expand your system in the future, the approximate roof size of your house, whether you have battery space or not, and whether visual appeal is something that's of importance to you or not. Now you can input in your contact details. Oh, and by the way, this thing is live right now. You can go to you can use your phone, you can use your computer or anything, go to helios.co.ke. After inputting your contact details, it finally gives you the computed results. Solar panels required, battery required, scroll down, inverter required, and the charge controller required. And for each equipment required, it gives you the model, the size, the configuration, the cost, and the nearest supplier. So if you're in Nairobi, it will give you the location of Davis and Shirtliff in River Road. But if you're in Mombasa, it will give you in Makupa, wherever you live. So this is county specific. So a place like Kisumu, which has higher solar potential than Embu, would have different computer results than someplace like Embu, right? And after you confirm your details, you can download automatically generated PDF, which you can print, which has the address and contact details of the suppliers with the said equipment, and the total cost of your installation, which you can print. And in case you don't want to go to the suppliers that we have recommended, you can always find your own suppliers because you have the equipment required, the rating, the configuration, and everything else. Yes. So our business plan for something like this is to ensure, first thing that's important to us is you want the user experience, the client's experience to be completely easy. No ads. We don't want to put ads on this thing, but we would like to talk to the suppliers inside on the other side and ask them for membership fees so that the catalog can be featured on our software and they can have access to our customers. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I would be interested to figure out whether you've done a sensitivity analysis on what your system produces as the output of your solar system versus what their actual consumption is like. Then a follow-up question would be tied to that. I am not sure if choosing appliances is super accurate. I'm convinced you can actually access data. People will know better, but I think you can access people's bills, whether it's prepaid or postpaid, and that potentially sizes not on appliance type, but rather on like actual energy consumption. Then the last thing is, I wonder whether rather than interact with individuals, you have considered interacting with developers who have much, we have architects and maybe close to developers here. And I think maybe this would be, I stand corrected, but maybe this would be of a significant value to them, especially the linkages between suppliers and developers. I think that would be interesting to explore.
Okay. So first of all, for the sensitivity analysis, we actually went to Davis and Shurtleff and the Green Camel, and we talked to them exactly how, because they do this solar installation. We actually asked them like how they do it right now. So most of them, because they might not have bills, and there's certain type of appliances that are like resistive loads that use a lot of power, for which they don't size. So if you get your bills from and size from that, it might be a bit inaccurate. However, that's what we went with. So even right now, if you go to Davis and Shurtleff and the Green Camel, they do it manually. So that is something that we're trying to solve, so that nobody has to do it manually, and you can do it physically. And sorry, what was your second question?
The second ones were just comments, but I'm happy to have a much longer chat.
Yeah.
But one other question: has anyone gone through to getting an invoice and actually paying through the suppliers you've linked them with, or this is just, you've not done a POC commercially?
No, not yet, because it's our final year project, and we've just finished developing it. We started this project like 3 months ago, so it's still, but it's live. You can get the quotation, but right now we haven't actually gone and gotten an invoice. None of the clients have gotten.
Okay, your UI looks really good, so good job.
That was one of our important inputs, because we wanted to make sure the client has a very good experience with it, even though he's not an engineer, because the current toolkits on the market are very complicated to use.
Thank you very much. I think it is very good, and I also make the same observation that your website looks fantastic and very exciting. What is the business model? How are you going to make money out of this?
Yeah. So ideally, most people would go for ads on the website, but that's not something we would like to do. So we would like to partner with the installers, the suppliers like Davis and Shurtleff and the Green Camel, so that for them to feature the catalog and have access to our clients, they can give a membership of monthly or yearly. And yeah, so that's our business plan. That's what we want to do.
I think that's a good response, but I think the one thing that's missing is what was picked up earlier. The best people to have this system is not you and I or regular people who just sit in their homes, it's developers. If you partner with people like Knight Frank, the big developers who are doing big projects out there, this is a system that would help them save time, money, and also allow them to understand, to put a standard within their buildings. So if they're doing a project, let's say they're doing 5 projects in Nairobi, they would be able to equate with this system the number of things that they actually need, and in terms of energy output systems, what they actually require.
Yes.
And you've rightfully said that it's contextualized as well.
Yeah.
So that would also apply to developers, not just in Nairobi, in Mombasa, in Kisumu, Nyeri, it doesn't matter where it is. So that is actually where your profit would come in.
I see.
It's beneficial to have membership-based arrangements with people like Davis and Shurtleff, but that could be ideally on, whether it's the money that's used for hosting the website or even back-end servicing for your website itself. But with regards to your profit margin, developers are the best.
Yes. Yeah, I think we'll definitely work on that business plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arib and his team. Just a brief, what we are going to have next, because we are short of time, we are only having 2 presentations remaining. And I apologize to the other contestants who are on the list. Unfortunately, we can't accommodate all your presentations, but you are encouraged to, your presentations will be given first priority, ISC 7.0. My sincere apologies. So we are going to have use of PET waste strips by Bwambale James, and closing our presentation session will be EM launch system by Store and Vigil, After that, our judges will have a brief session to consult and come up with our winners at our press room up there. And we'll also have, during that session, we'll have a brief workshop by KGBS, a presentation. I urge all of us to be attentive. We have a cake cutting session also after this, after awarding the winners. So let's stay put. Introducing on stage is James Bwambale. He's from Uganda, traveled all the way from Uganda. His school couldn't accommodate his transport and accommodation, so he's all his personal efforts. Welcome, Bwambale.
Thank you. Our esteemed judges, I'm James Bwambale from Kabale University, that is Western Uganda. I'm here to present my final year project. Civil, that is my course. Waste to wealth, the use of PET waste strips in pavement interlayer improvement. Next. That is the introduction. We know most times expansive soils contract and expand due to the moisture variations, leading to problems such as cracking, heaving, and settlement of foundations. And the subgrade being the road foundation, it has to be durable enough to support all the environmental conditions. Then we have PET, that is polyethylene terephthalate bottles. They are highly used in packaging, beverages, and other drinks. Next. That is the statistics of the PET being imported into the country, that is Uganda, and the PET being generated, collected, and then disposed. Next. The problem statement. We know expansive soils are problematic soils. They pose risks to structures, and PET being used in large quantities in packaging of food and other beverages. There is high generation of significant amount of PET due to the poor consumer behaviors, such as littering and creation of illegal dumping sites. Next. That is a picture showing how those PET waste clog water distribution networks and other sewers, that is in Greater Kampala metropolitan area. Next. We know that most roads in Uganda have intended design life of 15 to 20 years. So there is a need to have stable roads and which can withstand long physical weathering. Then, as a call, all countries, that is the Sustainable Development Goals, is an action to all countries. There is a need for clean water and sanitation, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, sustainable cities and communities. Once you stabilize the road, there is much, that is the road has to be stable enough to prevent the road accidents. And most times when we utilize these PET waste, there is that reduction in soil erosion, which try to conserve the water resources. And there is a need to have stable roads which can allow the easy transportation of people and then connection of the communities. The main objective, that is to assess the use of PET waste strips in pavement interlayer improvement. Next.
3 minutes remaining.
Next. Next. Results and discussions. Next. The material I used, that is, according to Ashuto 1986, the material was classified as A27 fair to poor grade, subgrade material. And I got the maximum dry density as that 1.722, ordinary moisture content 15.9. The CBR, I got 1.32. The UCS, that is 367.8 kilopascals per those standards. Next. There is appreciable increase in there is a decrease in the optimal moisture content and even the MDD due to the nature of the material, that is the less dense nature of the PET being used, and the zero absorptionability of the PET. Next. The CBR increased from 1.32 to 2.46. That is, the material was classified as S3 according to the volume 3 of the Pavement Design Manual of Uganda 2006. Next. The UCS increased a bit and then later on decreased due to the low moisture content within the soil. Next. The conclusions. This project serves to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and this, as I've stated them. Next, the recommendations, policies should be set for more use of this PET now and in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwambale. I think because of time, your comments from the judges will be sent to you. I advise the judges to just write his comments on his score sheet and I will avail them to him. And we'll have EM system launch. Just set up your prototype. Just use at most 6 minutes, just demonstrate. We want to accommodate all of you. So EM launch, just set up your prototype. You don't need to make a lot of presentation. You only have 5 minutes. Then we'll have URE doing a quick presentation of their slides for 5 minutes without comments. You'll get your comments and we'll be done. We apologize for the inconveniences caused. We strictly have 10 minutes to make 2 presentations. So I advise the EM launch system to just demonstrate to us what they have and explain their prototype.
Okay. Hello. Let me wake you up a bit. You know, last impression is a lasting impression. So my name is Vigil. My partner's name is Toa. We are both aerospace engineering student graduates, actually. I work for Marichit Space and also the BADZEX program for the Japanese payload program, the only African team, and Toa works for the Tafiti program. So I want you to imagine if you are flying, for example, from Nairobi to Mombasa, if you had to, every time you landed in Mombasa, you had to destroy that aircraft. Flying would be very expensive, wouldn't it be? So what we're doing is what Tesla did for the automobile, the internal combustion engine. We're implementing an electromagnetic space launch system that cuts out the most expensive part of space altogether. And most people usually say, why would Africa be going into space? I mean, most of the countries, when most of the continents were venturing out, African countries stayed inside, and that's what also kept us behind. So space currently in Africa is a $10.6 billion industry. That's around 13 trillion shillings. And everything from Safaricom, will tell you guys, Safaricom guys here, everything from mobile telecom masts, how you link them in rural areas to ATMs, use satellites. Even Del Monte spends millions on satellite services. So we are looking at the biggest problem facing entry for space industries for African countries, which is one of the advanced industries, is the very high cost of penetration. And what we are doing, we're taking out the most expensive component, fuel, and replacing it with electricity. So how do we do that? You could imagine that if you're putting, let's say, 5 tons to space, you'd need 100 tons of fuel, right? So let's say by simple math, if you need 10 tons, put something to space. Sorry. So let's say if you need to put 10 tons into space, you'd assume maybe you need 200 tons. But that's where you get it wrong. To put 10 tons into space, you need to put fuel, not just carry the extra 5 tons, but the extra 100 tons of fuel. So you'll need over 1,000 tons of fuel to put 10 tons into space. So if you can go to our okay, yeah. So next. So we looked at other existing systems, and we looked at how we can implement a system that is both better, and we created a model that worked. We spent money on creating this model, and we also created a simulation. Well, if you look at electricity prices in Kenya using that electromagnetic propulsion, and if you once we run the model, you're able to achieve the velocities we wanted. Once you scale that up to orbital velocity, we are using a factor of 10 times less what you'd use for fuel. So I think I'll introduce my partner to talk about the technical aspects.
You can go to the next slide. So yeah, this is the design of the vehicle. We're using the CAD models, using Autodesk Inventor to be able to design the vehicle. And of course, we have inclined it at 45 degrees to be able to take advantage of the rotation of the Earth so that you can be able to launch both polar and equatorial orbits. Unlike the United States, which uses polar orbits, when they want to launch to equatorial, they have to do a very expensive maneuver, which is plane change inclination maneuver, to be able to launch to equatorial orbit. So this is the system analysis. Our vehicle will be traveling more than Mach 24 plus because it's using a scramjet, which is a hypersonic engine, and it's air breathing. So the whole idea behind this project is to be able to reduce the amount of fuel you are carrying while increasing the payload capacity to orbit. So this is just the specifications for the vehicle, the mass, initial and the final mass. You substitute in the Tokaski rocket equation, you are able to get your velocity increment. Then you add your boost velocity. That is because you are sitting on the equator, so the vehicle is traveling around 1650 kilometers per hour. So we compare with the SpaceX variations, and we find that our system is very interesting. So for the CFD simulation, we are trying to be able to optimize the structural materials that can be able to prevent compromising our structural integrity during hypersonic flight. That is the CFD analysis for the vehicle. First, numerical analysis, technical next. Okay, this is the most interesting one. We have inclined our launch propulsion track at 45 degrees to be able to take advantage of launching both polar and equatorial orbits, and that is the launch arrangement. Electrical design circuits, technical next. Technical, maybe you can talk about this one.
Okay, so space is a very abstract thing to most people. So how do you know that what we've designed works? So first of all, of course, we simulated, but we built an actual model with our own money. So once you've built a model, you run the velocity and the current and whatnot, you're able to see where the power prices used in Kenya for the velocity we'll need to achieve. We'll be able to reduce our cost not just by 10%, but we're able to increase our performance by 23% beyond what we predicted in the simulation. So we'll just go to the next one right now.
Okay, why single stage to orbit is because you don't need extra stages, which can be able to cause catastrophic accident in case one stage does not cut off. Also, the complexity, okay, the assembly, the technical. Next slide, limitations. Next slide, that's the future scope.
So as a parting statement, usually, as I said, it's not something that we can do. It's something that is actually, if most people don't know, okay, so we'll tell you that we've had a spaceport in Kenya for over 30 years. They used to launch rockets from 1964 to 1980 because many countries, when they see Kenya is located at the equator. Equator is primarily listed for spaceport services. And in addition to that, we have an eastern facing seaboard. Only 3 other countries have that advantage.
Right.
And it's just Kenya that is stable enough to host a spaceport in Africa, because you get an additional 1,470 kilometers per hour, which saves you a lot of fuel. So I'll just close on me, Stoa, my professor, who's our next consulting engineer of NASA and the current chairman of Youth Fund. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Stoa and Vigil. You'll be able to get your comments after this presentation. On to our last presentation, we have URI by Mohamed Onyango, all the way from School of Medicine, 5th year, University of Nairobi. You have strictly 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please bear with us.
All right. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, distinguished judges, ladies and gentlemen. So today I'll be presenting on a topic that's very close to my heart. And the reason as to why I'm from med school and decided to present at this conference is because we see very many patients at Nternational Hospital with diarrheal diseases. And these diarrheal diseases basically stem from a lack of water. And we all know the drought situation in the country right now is probably at its peak. Now, with drought, what it basically means is that there's lack of adequate water, and the water that's there is insufficient. So what then happens, people reuse this water, it's contaminated, and this then propagates the cycle, which is vicious. Now, all the images that I'll be showing you are sourced from Kenya, majority of which I've taken personally. And yes, the project is titled Ure. So what then is the problem? Ladies and gentlemen, 43%. Yes, please. All right. Yes, over 80% of Kenya's land is classified as either arid or semi-arid. So you can see the vast majority of Kenyan land is being very dry, and this number is increasing. And 43% of Kenyans do not have access to clean water. So you can see this reusing of water that then contaminates the water and then affects the livelihoods and health of people. All right. Now in Kajiado, where we're based, the frequent droughts, and this particular community faces a very significant challenge when it comes to access to water. Next slide, please. So why then do we want to do this now? Again, approximately 28 million of Kenyans lack access to safe water, which is a huge majority, greater than 50% of the Kenyan population, and 41 million Kenyans really do not have access to proper sanitation. And the 2023 drought has caused the death of up to 2.4 million livestock, with people selling the livestock at throwaway prices of 1,000 shillings. And this can lead to severe malnutrition, which again is a health issue. Now, the drought response plan in Kenya then remains severely underfunded, and that's why I call upon you and myself to come up with innovative solutions in order to tackle this problem. Again, 80% of Kenya is dry, 28 million of Kenyans really do not have access to clean water. So what then is our market? Now, we're based in Kajiado, and that particular area again is drought-stricken. And at the peak of the pandemic, we did visit Kajiado, and people ideally at that point were supposed to be washing their hands, and the jerry cans there were depleted of water. So this then leads to, the spread of coronavirus, influenza, salmonella typhi, Vibrio cholerae, etc. These are images I did take myself. Please, next. Now, what then is our market? Kitengela is a rapidly growing town with up to 154,000 population. Greater than 15 institutions exist in Kitengela with up to 5 healthcare facilities. So the solution that we are proposing is a unique nanofiltration system. So we'll dig a borehole that's 1,000 feet deep, which is deeper than the current boreholes there. It goes through the sand filter. It undergoes UV radiation. The UV radiation basically lyses the bacteria, kills the bacteria. The micro and nano filters will then remove the excessive levels of fluoride, all right? Excessive levels of fluoride, which harm the teeth and the bones. Then we'll chlorinate the water. What chlorination does, it leaves a residual effect so that 48 hours after chlorinating the water, it's still safe. We'll solarize the system completely and digitize the system. So this is our part of innovation. And the system is currently running in Kibera as well. All right. In terms of our sustainability, we will create a town center. So largely our money will come from water sales. It will come from restaurant sales as well. And SDG 6 will be tackled in this particular regard. So access for water for all, the community will be involved in terms of forestation, in terms of educating the community on how to use the water as well. All right. The nanofiltration system can generate up to 40,000 liters of water per hour. It'll create 50 jobs. We'll rehabilitate the land and convert it to a greener area. Again, with this system in place, we do predict up to 50% of waterborne diseases reducing in this particular area. So it is quite significant. Why exactly? What our competitive advantage is that our water is 24/7 in terms of supply. It has residual effect, meaning it's still safe after some time, and this community involvement. As I come to the end, all right, so in terms of scalability, next slide, please. Yes, so initially the costs are quite high, but with time from the water sales, the laundry, the cyber cafe that we will institute, within a month, we're able to recuperate this particular costs, all right? So in terms of our timeline, we've done ground visits in Kitengela, we've done our research and modeling. We're currently here, we're looking at partners. So we've reached out to Safaricom, we've reached out to Davis and Sharkleaf, we've reached out to Mobi Water, and by June, we'll assess the infrastructure and then acquire the particular model and then begin. Thank you very much for your time. I do hope you partake in this cause.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. And that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our project presentations. I want to request our judges, we just walk up there to our press room so that we can deliberate. The 2 judges from KGBS will be having a brief workshop as our judges deliberate. So they'll have two representatives. That is me and Daisy, one of my team members, will accompany the judges to the press room so that we come up with the results. After this, we'll be awarding the judges for their time, awarding our project winners and our essay winners as well. So I request us to just remain seated and thank you all for your time. I want to invite Lynn to take over the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a very brief workshop and I wish to invite
Good afternoon, everyone. Like I said before, my name is Lynn Banya. I'm part of the organizing committee. Now, I'd like to introduce two very important people from the KGBS company, which stands for the Kenya Green Building Society. First up, we have Rachel Mudheu Ikami, who is the project manager and edge expert at the Kenya Green Building Society, a nonprofit member-based organization that was established to lead the transformation of Kenya's construction industry towards environmentally sustainable buildings that promote a healthy and efficient building. Rachel is also passionate about green and sustainable development, and she has worked on a number of programs aimed at making Kenya's built environment more sustainable. Her educational background is in construction project management. Next up, we have Roy, who is an award-nominated graduate of architecture, passionate about the continued preservation of culture and sustainability within the built environment. And he believes in sustainable urban development with an appreciation for local stewardship. He draws inspiration from his background in art and design, travels, and his involvement in integration with different cultural spaces across multiple continents, such as Africa, Southeast Asia, and Australia, as development projects via Bayswater, FUBA, which is an award-winning community group, and local indigenous cultures via the Batang Aboriginal Corporation, DAC. With that, I'd like to present to you Roy and Rachel from the Kenya Green Building Society.
a round of applause for them as they come on stage. Before they go, I wish to request all teams that have made presentations, those who have been through the work, the competition, the projects part, please remain behind for video testimonial session and see Mark Saruni, who works with media team. He will guide you on the same. See Mark Saruni after this.
All right. Good. What time is it? It's 4:48, so it's still afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone feeling? Are you bored? Are you excited to learn what we have to offer? Have you had a good session with the presentation? Who's had a good time with the presentations? Right? It's mind-blowing, right? So I'm so glad that we got invited. So thank you so much to the organizing team. This is always a pleasure. We were here last year, so it's definitely a pleasure to be here again. I won't go back into who KGBS is a lot because you've already had of that in our bios, which was very extensive. Thank you so much, Lynn. But before I invite my colleague Roy, because we have a limited amount of time to come on, I would like to say we as KGBS have been very impressed by what we've seen today, because the theme for today or the conference is engineering for the future, right? What that means is sustainability, and at the core of KGBS is sustainability. So all of you would ideally be youth chapter members of KGBS because as was said before, KGBS is a member-based organization. So we have individual membership and we also have the youth chapter membership. So we definitely want to invite you to come on board, learn more about when we talk about sustainability in the built environment, when we talk about green buildings, what are we talking about? Yeah, because as we are designers, as we are engineering for the future, we need to have sustainability in our core. So we won't go through all the slides. Please just take us straight to slide 16. And yes, because the first part of this was well, an introduction of KGBS, and then an introduction of what green building is, with a look at what the built environment is actually doing to our environment. But we want to share these slides with everyone who's interested. So I know that, Ivy, do you have the contact list of everyone who's around? You'll get them. All right, so everyone who will register with the team, you'll get these slides for your information and further learning. Yeah, so without further ado, welcome, Roy. All right.
So I don't know why I've been given an extra mic. But I'll just, with the interest of time, I think one of the main things that we've witnessed today is the contextualization of the projects that have been presented here are generally trying to solve problems within the African market, and ideally within Kenya. And I think that is one of the main things that, even as I'll just run through these slides, ideally, that is one thing that we at KGBS actually work on, because we are trying to create solutions towards African and Kenyan problems per se. So I'll just dive in quickly with regards to sustainable design for Africa. And one of the things, as I mentioned earlier, is how do we contextualize it for Africa and more so here in Kenya? And is it possible for us to create workable solutions? And with those solutions, how do we now start implementing strategies towards these challenges? So with the workable solutions, these are not all the workable solutions, I would say, but these are the ones that pop out. So the use of renewable energy, which has been sent here today, sustainable building materials, which was also, I guess, also, said here today as well, waste reduction and management, water conservation and transport. I would say this, with regards to the workable solutions, all the presentations here today actually try to solve each one of these that I've actually put on this slide. So I do not want to take so much of your time to discuss each and every one of these, but what I will do is jump on to specifics. So materials and resources. So at KGBS, what we're doing is that we're carrying out research with regards to affordable building materials and alternative building materials, and also emerging building materials and technologies. This in an ideal sense to try and solve affordable housing. I feel like I wish I could turn my body this way. Anyway, so we're trying to solve affordable housing in the Kenyan market. So by doing this type of research that looks at emerging, appropriate, and alternative building materials, allows us to start looking at different areas of the country and see what would actually work. So we are actually still contextualizing everything. We've started projects on green building guidelines with 2 counties in Kenya. We are still working on the ABMT programs, and one program that Rachel is actually heading is the Jenga Green Library, which is a one-stop shop for services, materials, what have you, that are more sustainable, that we actually still continue to, run around and focus on. Water efficiency, indoor water use reduction, low flow sanitary fittings, all those things are found on the Jenga Green Library. The theories behind that are actually found there. Oh, sorry, I'm running this. It's going on that, but anyway, that's fine. So I'll move along with these ones, and I think everything else here has been mentioned ideally. Location and transport. Yeah, that's the one. So this one is a bit, it's the monster of what we try to do. So transportation as a significant contributor to carbon emissions, promoting sustainable transportation options such as cycling, walking, and public transportation that is both regulated and safe. And I say both regulated and safe because what we have currently in Kenya in terms of transport is not regulated, it is not safe. So how do we actually make this as a significant contributor to carbon emissions, which means that we need to start looking at how to regulate transportation, which used to be there, but now it's not. You can get off. I mean, I literally got off on the highway and just walked across. So that's not regulated. And also safety, you know, with the issues on matatus, the issues with cabs like Bolt. And I mean, we've all heard these issues before. So there's that regulation and safety that needs to be looked at. Context. Is this a greenfield site or does it have buildings on it? So we need to look at, it's the same way we build buildings. So we need to look at the context around it. So when it comes to roads, are we building between buildings? Are we actually doing them on flat ground? Look at the expressway that was done across the national park. Is that really something that is sustainable? We actually, as KGBS, submitted documents to the government against that, but here we are. But also brings the question of topography. How does that space look like? Services such as water, electricity, and sewerage. Do we have relevant services that are going hand in hand with these roads, with these road systems? When it floods, what happens? When it rains, rather, what happens? It floods. And that is a common problem with Nairobi systems. How easily can we access places using non-motorized transport? Now, whether it's walking from your house to the stage, how safe is it? Is it well lit? Is it, you know, all those small things that make your life easier. So we're talking about also health and well-being of people. And this is just under location and transport. Like there's so much that goes under this. And I don't want to take so much of your time to discuss it, but we'll leave you these slides and you can always contact me and Rachel to discuss it. Let's just go down to the 24th slide, please, if you don't mind. There you go. So this is particularly interesting for us because we have partnered with IFC on getting us sensors that allow us to track indoor air quality and also now external air quality. So this goes into hospitals, goes into homes, goes into neighborhoods, petrol stations, highways, buildings. That's now the next step of this project. The idea for this is to create data or collect data for that matter that talks about our level of comfort, health, productivity, and the well-being. This gives us relevant solutions or relevant information for us to create relevant solutions towards these problems. And that is what we're trying to do. So creating no smoking zones, no smoking areas, air filtration areas, the use of formaldehyde abating technology where possible. These are just some of the small things that we're looking at in terms of considerations. Construction of the indoor air quality control. So, I mean, we all know how, I don't know how many of us have been to a construction site? Please raise your hands. And do you get that choking feeling from when people are doing that cement when they're sanding on the walls and whatever, you know? So that is a source, that is actually sourced from, you know, dust. So if we are creating an indoor environment that is safe for the people who are going to live there, so we need to look at things from materials and services and systems that now create conducive environments, not just necessarily for the people who are going to live there, but for also the people who are working to build these buildings. So we are looking at it from a full circularity system, not necessarily just for the, you know, where the money comes in terms of rent, but the people who are actually working in there. So, I mean, I've done, I guess, maybe I've been part of 5 residential houses being built internally as one of the workers in there. And I can tell you, unapata mtu wa mjengo anaenda anakunywa maziwa because of the dust that is generally being clogged up, and that is not safe. Then you find at the end of the day, when someone is coming to live in that space, it's already been painted by high VOC type of paint. It's still not safe. So we need to focus on indoor air quality as part of the systems that we generally do. And I'm speaking very passionately about this as an architect, but then also as a researcher. And so anyway, let me just cut the time short because we don't have time. But however, at KGBS, Rachel has mentioned the fact that we have a youth chapter and we are actually revitalizing our youth chapter. I'm the youth chapter liaison from the main governing board. And very soon we'll be calling upon students and people who are interested in joining Kenya Green Building Society into the youth chapter to see what can we actually do and what systems can we actually take, and bring them into market, not necessarily just for research purposes and publications and whatnot, but how can we actually access this type of work that you're doing and project it into market itself. So some of the presentations that were done here today, I am going with those contacts. If you know, I said, come see me, come see me. If you don't, I'm sorry. However, I would like to collect all of your information as well, because this is something, the presentations that were done here were very key and very timely to what the needs for solutions that we actually need in Kenya today are. So thank you very much. That's my time. I'm Roy Gitaiga. Thank you for hosting us.
Quick question, Lynn, how many minutes do we have? Do you have any time for a Q&A?
We can take a question.
Yeah, so I want to structure the kind of question that I would, it's fine if you already had a conceived question, but we are here, we are like green building experts, sustainable building experts. If you are within the built environment and have always wondered what something within that line means, this is your time. So do we have any questions right now before we?
And I would also add, it doesn't matter whether you're in the built environment, it only matters if you're interested in the built environment itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are waiting for a question. Nani ako na swali?
Yes.
Oh, hi, I'm a final year student in mechanical engineering. Are there any insights that mechanical engineering can provide in green energy? Not green energy, green building services.
Yes. So what you do is you deal with, what is it called? The services aspect of building. You've been to site, I'm sure, yeah? So you're what we call in the MEP side of things, right? So I wanted to just tackle, so you see one of the presentations, let me give you like a layman example. The tech service that was shown here, your presentation. What's your background actually? I didn't get to ask. Mechanical. Good stuff. So when you are doing the services, so what we are looking at within sustainability is ensuring that you have building management systems. These are electronic systems that sort of monitor every aspect of the building. Is it the lighting? When like you have the light sensors and you're coming in and you like they're getting switched off or switched on, or is it the ventilation so that you don't have like this whole entire conference rooms AC just running when there's actually no one? To play with green buildings, right? So each building category, you'll find it there, but we'll definitely share every of the details that you may need for your further consumption. Awesome. Any other question? Oh, yeah.
We can pick one last one, the one who is very close to you.
Hi, my name is Kennedy Kiunga. I just wanted to ask, on your website, I've seen that you have membership. And your membership cadres 100,000 Kenya shillings, 30,000. It's mostly corporate based, yeah, from the website, unless it's not yet been updated. Maybe you can talk to us about it, how to join it. And then there's also on your slide, I've seen Edge. So are you guys also doing the Edge expert process? Thanks.
Yeah, so I guess that's, sorry. So I guess there's maybe like a misconception. So in terms of memberships, there are different tiers. So yes, there is the 100,000, 30,000, 50,000, 20,000. Individual membership is 5,000 shillings. Youth chapter membership is 2,000 shillings. That is on an annual perspective. That's a 12-month loop. So if you join in February, it's February until February next year. So we have catered membership levels based on where you want to come in. So it's not necessarily just for corporate. And that is all on the website, actually. Secondly, you asked about EDGE. KGBS are the local, I guess I would say, stakeholders with regards to EDGE training, EDGE certification in Kenya. So we are the only ones who actually have the rights to IFC EDGE because we've partnered with IFC. IFC is one of our corporate members and we have that specific MOU with them. So we do train people with IFC, with the EDGE tools. So we have the EDGE expert, we have the, what's the other one called? We have, oh yeah, so there's a DFGE, so that's the design for greater efficiency. And that is normally catered towards students and also teachers, lecturers, what have you. Anyone who just wants to learn what it's all about, you can go to our website or you can go directly to the EDGE website. But if you're getting towards, getting on the training, even if you're from the EDGE website, they will send you directly to KGBS. Yeah.
Since we are talking about EDGE, we host monthly awareness sessions on EDGE that are free. So again, I think once you send like KGBS details, you'll be able to also, we'll get your emails and get you the notifications for when said awareness sessions are scheduled for, because we sort of also double down as a non-EDGE hub for sustainability. All right, so I think that was our time, right? Thank you so much for being such a receptive audience.
Thank you so. Thank you so much for that session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the part where we award the winners for the sessions that we have had and the competitions that we have had. I wish, therefore, to invite on stage the following individuals who took part in the essay writing competition and made it to the top 3. I wish to start with number 3 and I ask my audience to applaud them as they come on stage. Dave Nguyai took the 3rd position. A round of applause for Dave as they come on stage. Congratulations, that was good work. In the first runners-up position came Sherry Amondi. A round of applause for Sherry as she comes on stage. And to top it up, in the essay section competition, the winner is one Eric Muturi. Congratulations, Eric, for a job well done. May I ask the judges to join the winners on stage for a photo session? I am informed, gentlemen and lady, that your prizes will be delivered to you at a later time. Hamjaoshwa inakuja. It's our final time update. May I ask the judges to take a photo with the contestants, please? I'm asking the judges to take a photo with the contestants.
Thank you very much, our essay winners. All the other essays will get a chance to be published. The top 3 essays will be published in the coming ESSA magazine, which will be launched shortly with the editorial team. And also they had requested all of us, if you have any submission, please do so. So congratulations to our essay winners. I just want you to have a photo session with our judges.
Congratulations to Ngoyai Dev, Sherry Amondi, and the best of the best, Mr. Eric Muturi. We wish you all the very best. And it is our genuine desire that your awards will get to you. Speaking genuinely. Mungu awabariki. Now, picha imemaliza? Aya, asante sana. Next on to the projects competition. May I ask in the project competition, those who just did it right now, I wish to congratulate the team that worked on Helios, that took the second runners-up position.
Congratulations.
And they will take with them home a round of applause for them as they come on stage. Congratulations, gentlemen, for a job well done. You know, engineers, it is not easy to take part in a competition and win. May I invite the judges to be on stage as you witness the delivery of the 20,000 shillings check to the team. Congratulations for a job well done. And it is our genuine desire that ISS 6.0 has offered you a chance to be better and to do better work. Congratulations and continue doing the good work.
Congratulations to the Helios team. Thank you very much for participating in the ISC 6.0 projects.
Next, it is my distinct honor to invite on stage the team that took the first runners-up position. Luke Green, congratulations.
Green.
A round of applause for them as they come on stage. The team will take with them home a check worth 30,000 Kenyan shillings for a job well done, and we hope that this will just only be a stepping stone. I wish again to invite on stage the judges to deliver the check to them. Please take a central position on the stage. Please come back to the center, please. Congratulations for a job well done. A round of applause for them. Kazi mzuri.
Congratulations.
Na mwenzo check umeconfirm, eh? Finally, where's the round? Pia tunachukua hizo vitu mbio sana. Thank you so much. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the projects competition, I invite on stage a round of applause for them. Nani nafikiria ni nani? Ni akina nani? Ramla. Nyinyi mnafikiria ni akina nani? Lots of Glasswell.
Ramla Isaac, congratulations.
Congratulations.
ISC 6.0. Congratulations, Ramla. I would also like to invite her partner, Michael, to come on stage for a photo session. Michael, congratulations. Congratulations.
And having made that fit, this team will take with them at home a check worth 50,000 Kenyan shillings.
I'd like to invite our judges, all our judges, please.
Power, energy,
all our judges, please step forward.
Congratulations for an excellent job. You have crowned the ISC 6.0 as the winners. Congratulations. A round of applause. Sasa unamnyima makofi na utakuwa na project.
I just want to invite the two other winners for a quick photo session with our judges together with your checks. Just number 2 and number 3 kindly come back on stage.
The first runners up.
First runners up. Kindly come on stage for a quick photo session with our judges.
Lynn, where you are, Lynn,
where your checks.
Bring on stage the gift hampers for the judges as a token of appreciation from the Engineering Students Association.
And I also want to congratulate and appreciate my amazing team. I just want to call you on stage. Our PowerPoint presentation coordinator, well done. kindly come on stage. Well done. Come on stage. Sharon.
The then members from the projects then.
Then members, Sharon.
You're being asked on stage.
Wendy.
Do we have the gift hampers for the judges? Churchill, do we have them? May I ask you on stage alongside Ivy that you deliver the gift hampers? Naambiwa ziko njiani ama kuna mtu pia amechomoka nazo? Mambo yamechemka. Ziko? Aya, ziko. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, for a job well done. A round of applause. May I ask the contestants to please excuse us? May I ask the contestants and the winners? Sorry, the winners, not the contestants, to excuse us.
I want to.
Ivy, we will have a photo session of the den head, the executives and the judges as they're being given their gift hampers. So please, Ivy, I think you can lead that.
For our first judge, we'll have Miss Rachel being awarded by our ESA Chair 2022-2023, Mr. Ouma Churchill. Thank you very much, Miss Rachel, for your time. Let's appreciate Miss Rachel from KGBS. Thank you very much. For our next award will be Mr. Roy from KGBS as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Roy, for your time and cooperation. Next will be Mr. Kelvin. Mr. Kelvin, thank you very much. You've been very responsive and cooperative. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate. Last but not least, we'll have Engineer Omondi Makaliwa. Thank you very much for your time, sir. We appreciate. And now we want to have a brief photo session of our judges and the ESA executive. All right. Sawa. I want to take a brief moment to just appreciate all of us for staying calm and attentive during these presentations. If it weren't for you guys, it wouldn't have happened. And I also want to encourage those of us who did not make it to the top 3. There is always a next time. Please take advice of the judges. I'll be sending the comments as written on your scorecards, and we'll all receive our certificates as I had communicated earlier in the group. Thank you very much. So we'll have the photo session with the ESA executive. Kindly.
As the photo session is underway.
Thank you very much, our judges. We appreciate your cooperation and your responsiveness. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to the team. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen.
It is now my distinct honor to invite on stage Mr. Humphrey Otieno, who also serves as the Engineering Students Association Secretary General. A round of applause for him to cast a vote of thanks. After which, we'll come to a really fun time, mapochopocho na sherehe kidogo.
To our guests, partners, engineering students, friends of ESA, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Allow me to take this chance to thank our partners and sponsors, the Kenya National Highway Authorities, the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, the Association of Consulting Engineers of Kenya, PostRock, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, the Kenya Space Agency, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the International Business Machines Corporation, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Safaricom, Davis and Shatliff, L'Oreal East Africa, and Kengen for the support they have accorded us and helped us achieve a triumphant event. I thank you all for your never-ending support of our activities. I want to thank our judges, our panelists, our workshop, presenters for the insights and knowledge shared with the participants, to the organizers, the ESC committee, the ESA committee, the volunteers, our friends who helped maintain the pace in actualizing the event. That was a job well done. And foremost, to our dearest students, I want to thank you both from the different universities, the high schools, Moi Girls High Schools and Merrill, and also to our online participants. You have been a great force and motivation to the many activities we have as ESA. Thank you for your attendance and your continued support. Thank you all, and let's interact more as we look forward to ISC 7.0. God bless you all, and God bless the University of Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Before he exits the stage, Humphrey, I wish to invite to join you the rest of the members of the ESA Executive Committee, the chairman, his vice chairperson, the treasurer, the academic secretary, social welfare. This team, we know ourselves. ESA Executive Committee members, please be on stage for a really brief photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, this team has worked around the clock to put together this conference and make it a success. They have put their interest. Where is the vice? ESA not on. ESA Executive Committee members. No, this is serious. This is wanting. Churchill, how comes? Wewe Clendon wewe. ESA Executive Committee members, as they organize, allow me to invite the IEC Planning Committee, led by the chairperson, Ivy Claire, her then heads from HR, finance. Kwani, wait, Surudu, do you have a kitchen there? I mean, I'm calling Ivy and she's going there. Acha niwaende. It's now serious. I think we'll work with them. Let a cakey. Bring us the cake. Now, I think you don't want the photos. Bring us the cake. Oh, so the requirement was that you come carrying balloons. A round of applause for this team as they come on stage. Makofi kwao. Umetuletea balloons, hakuna keki. Sinadai keki, si ndio? Sinadai keki. Hiyo mambo ya balloons hakuna bana. Just a quick confirmation. Lupia, do you still have airtime?
Just the pressure, 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 the pressure. Sacrifices have to make it great. I'm no
kuna watu kwanza bado kuna watu wenye wanafaa kuwa awarded kwa wenye wako really vibrant on Twitter.
You never love me later on, it I got show. Oh girl, love me, if you love me, if you don't, just let me know. Come up front and tell me, cause if you never love me later on, it I got show. Oh girl, everybody like for this song. Everybody hear the body.
Take out your phones. Take out your phones. Mimi nimengoja keki. Nimengoja kabla sijaona keki hapa, I'm not smiling. Where's the phone out? *141 star. *141 star. 1 2 3 *141 star. Aya, fungua simu 1. Unajua simu tu ya Telcom. Are you ready? Kiswahili ama Kizungu? Kizungu? Hapana. Kiswahili? Kizungu? Kiswahili is it? Mbili, sita, sufuri, tatu, 5079 2928 9267 hash. Nani ameipata? Nani ameipata? Inua mkono bwana. Nani ameipata? Ati nimesema vibaya shweli. Turudie. Aya, *141 star. Ati? Nani ako nayo? Nani amepata? Wale ni wakora bwana. Those are corrupt government officials. Wala wasikushangaza. Nani, hakuna mtu amepata? Turudie. Aya, *141. Wewe mwenye unapenda kuja. Kama umepata kuja. *141 star. Ready? Ini Airtel. *141 star. 0289 7831 0268 8314. Kama umeshika sema. Umepata? How much? Imeenda na uko jahazi? Haijaenda? Imeenda na uko jahazi? Sasa ungekuwa na uko ningekupatia. Sasa umejidai. Haya, twende. Ingine ya mwisho. Munipe dakika moja pia ni scratch. Kiswahili ama Kizungu? Kiswahili? English. *141 star. *141 star. 3788789155194856. Mbona unanielewa vibaya? Tuko standby. *141 star. Acha niangalie hii side. Waisi amtaki airtime? Haya. 3788789155194856 hash. Airtime 1000 shillings. Nani amepata? Kuja kiongozi, kuja. Haya, kuna wale ambao wamekuwa Twitter sana, si ndio? Nasikia watu wa Tecno na Infinix imeenda. You need to get yourself a smartphone, eh? Humphrey, you can't blame us. Watu wa Twitter, hebu tupe mtu mmoja wa Twitter. Ndio.
Karobet iko hapa. Karobet. When you gonna most engagement Twitter about this, come receive the stage.
Yeye kuna the highest.
Yeye akona the highest.
Haya, so ako wapi? Lakini you know life is beautiful. Saruni. Wakati tumesema keki ikuje, pesa executive wamepatikana. Wote. Hata old members. Haya, confirm hii ni how much? Imescratchiwa? Najibambe. Na usiname na uko na 1,000 sawa? Kuna ingine? Kuna ya mwisho? Nani atakaye hata hii? That hand was up first. Kuja. Kuna swali? Wewe?
Used to be the one that I believed in. Used to be the one that I trusted. I'm not sure where we stand now. I'm not sure.
So, uko na how much? Uko na 10 how much? Niko na 20. So, na list. Bana, wakati mtu kukuja hapo unakuja hapo kupiga kelele bwana. Niko na swali. So, in our list, we have a former IESC chairperson. Ako hapa sahi. Anaitwa aje? The microphone is yours when you're ready. Ako hapa, hata unamuona, ako mbele yako tu. Ama kando, ama nyuma, ama juu. Lakini si chini.
Jeff.
Ako wapi? Ako wapi Jeff? Wewe imeenda. Hii imeenda.
Chill.
Ushaanguka. Nani ako hapa? Anaitwa? Shika. Si nimekwambia ndugu ako mbele yako huyu. Hii imeenda. Jibambe. Sasa tukule keki ama mnataka picha? Mnataka picha ama tukule keki? Kinozi kuja. Otieno kuja. Ouma kuja. Siwezi sahau unaitwa Kenothia. Makofi kwa Kenothia. Unakwambia huyu jamaa, hata niwaambie story. So juzi nikakuja kutouch base na conference kujua cha kina happen. Nikaambiwa tafuta jamaa anaitwa Brian Clendon. Nimetafuta jamaa anaongea Kizungu. Nikamwambia nitumie hizi vitu kwa email. Kufika site nikafungua email nikaona Brian Kenothia. Makofi kwa Kenothia. Madam Vice Chair, the floor is all yours. Take it.
Used to be the one that I run to. Loved you when I never had a doubt.
Volunteers. Wapiga picha sijui mtakula saa ngapi. Volunteers. And then I propose the toast to a successful International Engineering Students Conference 6.0. Saruni toka nione keki bana. Nataka kunipiga chenga. Wewe toka nataka kuona keki.
To do it for the rest of your life.
Shall we applaud the team? Shall we applaud the team for a job well done? It's been hours of tireless work, not giving up, kurauka, kuinama. Wengine wameachwa na mademo wao juu ya kutopatikana. Hey!
Love is one. Is love.
I will ask. Ate nimeona mko nafika kwa kesi ulioni sasa sapewe kesi.
There's someone behind all these scars. How do we
States, can you take a step back? Can you take a step back? Hello? Take a step back from where you are. Linda and Vanessa and Manish.
even if you're somewhere, and I still on my chest, I know you need to bring some love. So
Forever
Mixing the best international music. It's your favorite DJ, DJ Shinsky.
Nothing to be lost, because I'm taking my phone down, me down, I'm on me up in the front, and I'm feeling I put my life into my job, and no, she manipulate my love. Like the Toyota Corolla, it's been this week and jungle. It's been this week and jungle. Now you brush your hair, people, that's what you remain. The feeling all over. I feel it to this week like jungle. It's to this swing like Timbani at you. It's my white dog, if any soon. Why you say I did nothing for you? If I do anything you want me to do, it's my white dog, if any soon. Why you say I did nothing for you? If I do anything you want me to do, maybe another time, maybe another life. You would know why I'm okay. You don't ask. Everybody go chop breakfast. I have to say bye bye yo, bye bye yo, to the love of my life. Don't cry yo, and if you go shadow, shadow, 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 shadow. And if you go and shadow, shadow, and if you go and shadow, shadow, and if you go and shadow, shadow, shadow. Many things where on you, boy, you must I'm scared, I'm scared. Now you want to it's my now. See all the little good things you do, they make me no.
Mr. Vibes on vibes.
Something's taking a hold of me.